if this song doesn't drive the point home, if this song does not drive the point, can you lower the volume or no? Okay, can you hear me?
I can hear you.
I mean, if this song does not drive the point home, I don't know what does. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. Judge Carol Weimer under the microscope. This is a beautiful song as an introduction to our podcast. Before we take a deep dive into the song and who the song is dedicated to, I want to thank Muhammad for being on this podcast. Muhammad, thank you for being here.
Thank you for having me.
I want to thank Missy. I want to thank Bustos. I love you, ma'am. I want to thank Julia. I want to thank Dre. I want to thank Casey. Casey is live streaming this podcast on Missy. What's the name of the Facebook? Corruption in Prince William County on Facebook. Casey, I love you, ma'am. I want to specifically thank Bustos. Busto, thank you for making this possible. The equipment that you got us is transforming this whole entire podcast to the next level. Equipment that are just about $2,000. That's a lot of money. Now, Amy Ashworth, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, should take some notes because this community is coming forward. And Amy Ashworth is attempting to take Mustafa Al-Jazari's voice, and the community is coming forward, and they're telling her, not on our watch. For someone from this community to invest $2,000 is a lot of money.
It is. It is.
And Bustos, we love you, ma'am. Mustafa has a voice today that's going to be heard in this community. You're giving Mustafa his voice back. This equipment is transforming the whole entire podcast. And we're going to continue to talk about the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. We have body cams. We have documents of police misconduct. Every police report is falsified. Now, Mohammed, you want to recap the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, and we'll take a deep dive into the witness that we want to talk about. We want to talk about a individual that the Commonwealth Attorney Amy Ashworth is using as a witness. Now, we have evidence, body cams, recordings, documents that show this individual lied in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, and the police department allowed this individual to manufacture probable cause in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Now, Mohammed, you want to recap the case so we can take a deep dive into it?
So, Mustafa was involved in a serious car accident on April 5th, 2023. This accident claimed the lives of his girlfriend, Dorothy, and Empress.
That was a good catch. There you go.
So, in that accident, Mustafa was helicoptered to Fairfax Hospital, and Robert Drum, who's the crash investigator that showed up on scene, was supposed to be investigating this accident. Okay, now, I'll say right off the top that we have all the body cams. We have all the reports. And what we see in this case is this is a case of corruption. This is a case of manipulation. And it's full of lies. I mean, Mustafa was investigated initially for DUI at the hospital. We now know that he was interrogated while they put him under the influence of fentanyl. And what's troubling in this case is that there's a lot of information that's missing from police reports. A lot of information that's missing from what the prosecutors are supposed to get from the police department. I mean, we know that police do their job. They investigate a case, they gather the facts, and they take all these facts, they send it to the Commonwealth attorney, and they decide what charges need to be brought up.
Now, specifically, what you're talking about is you're talking about the police department, who's a separate agency from the Commonwealth Attorney Office. The Commonwealth Attorney Office bring up charges based on police reports. That's what you're talking about.
Yeah, that's right. So in this case, Mustafa was driving Dorothy to the cemetery to lay flowers on her mother's grave. It was her second year anniversary. And Dorothy asked Mustafa to take her to the cemetery. Okay. Now, we know from dash cam footage that Mustafa and Dorothy entered the car. Mustafa was cleaning his car before Dorothy got in at the apartment. And when they get in the car, Mustafa just, because there's no audio to this dash cam, we have to assume what's going on based on video. And it's pretty obvious that Mustafa tells her or gestures to her that Empress needs to have her seatbelt. So Dorothy looks at Mustafa. He points back at Empress, who's sitting in her child seat, directly behind Dorothy, who's sitting in the front passenger seat. Dorothy gets out. She restrains Empress, and then they head out. And their first stop was the 7-Eleven in Dumfries. We see in this dash cam, as well as the CCTV footage that was provided from the police department,
Like a bunch of assholes.
we see that Mustafa is getting gas. He's inside the gas station. He spends about, I think, 10 minutes inside the gas station. Another 10 to 13, 14 minutes outside of the gas station where he's washing his vehicle. He's putting gas.
I'm going to pull up the dash camera if you want to give me the...
Yeah. And I mean, in this process, we see a normal person just filling up gas. They're headed to the cemetery. And
Now, the police department claimed that this dash camera does not have audio. That's the position of the police department.
well, here's the thing. You know, that's what they're claiming in court. Now, I've read the discovery, and according to the discovery, they have audio.
You're talking about Officer Zymas with Digital Forensic with Prince William County. There's a document that says there's a clear audio track to this dash camera.
That's what everything in the discovery report says.
That this dash camera has audio.
Has audio. The audio capability is turned on. That forensics, when they took in this dash cam, that it did show there's audio tracks to it. However, in court, the prosecutor has always argued from day one that there was no audio to this dash cam, so they have to assume what's going on. Now, they've claimed that, well, first of all, they never mentioned on any of the news reports where they say Mustafa intentionally drove his car into oncoming traffic. They say this is a murder, that this was caused intentionally. They never mentioned on any of the news reports that Mustafa had a dash camera in his car. That's number one. They've never mentioned that. For an entire year, they never mentioned there was a dash cam. Okay, we know there's a dash cam because Mustafa tells us there's a dash cam. Okay, and now we have the discovery, which shows the footage from his dash cam that they've concealed this entire time.
I mean, this dash camera, Mustafa had this dash camera since 2018. Mustafa was involved in a lawsuit against the police for violating his rights. This lawsuit took place in 2018 that dragged all the way to the day of the accident. Mustafa's lawyer told him, "You're suing the police. You're suing the biggest gang in America. You're going to get harassed. You need..." So Mustafa gets a dash camera. This is a Rexon dash camera. It sees outside the vehicle and it sees inside the vehicle. A Rexon dash camera. If you were to buy a dash camera, you would go to Best Buy. It's a $500 dash camera. It's the best dash camera in the market.
This is top of the line.
Top of the line. It should have audio. And now we have a document in the discovery that says Officer Zymas says the dash camera has audio. Where's the audio?
Where's the audio? I mean, this is the dilemma here is on paper.
Hey, video creator, we know you.
On paper, they're saying
For you, it's about more than getting the job done.
Yeah, you
Trying to pull up the dash camera.
So on paper, they're saying there is audio to this dash cam. But in court, prosecutors have always argued that there's no audio.
If you want to go to this camera angle, so this is the dash camera, and
Might have to adjust the. Yeah. Well, I'll just go. Where is it? Full screen on this one.
no, I mean put us in it so that way. There you go. That's better. I mean, is that what you want?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Sounds good.
Are you gonna play it?
It should be playing.
Oh, yeah,
Oh,
it
okay,
is
gotcha.
playing.
Yeah, yeah. Okay.
So, I mean, the camera was on, clearly. Obviously, the camera was on prior to them entering. Okay, here we see Mustafa from the apartment cleaning up Dorothy's seat where she's about to sit. He's spraying the car with air freshener.
All right, so you see Mustafa cleaning the inside of the vehicle. You see Mustafa is going to be cleaning the outside of the vehicle. And at one point, you'll see Mustafa perfume his car seat, and he's perfuming his girlfriend car seat, and he's perfuming 5-year-old Empress
Is
car
that
seat.
full screen? Can you zoom in on just
Oh,
that?
I can make it full screen like this.
I think you can zoom in on that side.
I mean,
while
no,
it's
you
playing.
can't. You can't zoom in.
Okay.
I mean, it's pretty
Yeah.
pretty clear. You don't have to zoom in. It's clear. And the question here is, the prosecutor is charging Mustafa with premeditated murder. Now, when you watch this dash camera, this is a dash camera, by the way, that's sealed by the county. They're terrified that the community is going to be watching this dash camera. At one point, a year into this case, they released a 4-second portion of this dash camera. They chopped up 2 seconds in the beginning. They chopped up 2 seconds in the end, pieced them together, and said to the community, this is the dash camera. And they won't release the rest of it. Now, this dash camera is sealed by the county. We're in possession of it. We've leaked it on the internet. This community is watching this dash camera. And the question is,
I'm going to make this one bigger.
there are details in this dash camera that contradict the narrative from the police department. I mean, when you watch this dash camera, he's sitting there washing his vehicle. Inside, outside, perfuming his seat, perfuming his girlfriend's
You see
seat.
the flowers. So you see the flowers here. She's holding the flowers where they're going to the cemetery. Okay. Now, this is where he gestures to her about Empress's seat.
How could it be premeditated if he's sitting there washing his car? I mean, there are events in this dash camera that contradict this narrative.
And I think that's why they sealed this dash camera. They sealed it because the narrative is just not matching with reality. Okay. I mean, you can see here, if you look closely, he's going to look back and he's going to say something to Dorothy. She gets out and puts on the seatbelt.
Now, this is relevant because Robert Drum, see, the focus of this
You see
podcast
it
today,
right here. You see?
I'm going to pause it real quick. The focus of this dash, the reason we're diving into the dash camera, the focus of this podcast is the neighbor. The neighbor is a witness into this case. We have evidence that she lied about Mustafa, and the police department allowed her to lie about Mustafa, manufacture probable cause. Now, at one point, when you're listening, we're going to play the body cam between the main investigator and the neighbor. And the investigator begins the conversation by narrating the dash camera to the neighbor, telling her that this is intentional, that Mustafa did this on purpose. And she picks up off of his conversation and began painting Mustafa as a monster. Now, there are details and there is evidence that she lied about Mustafa. So we're going to start by going into this dash camera, the details of this dash camera, and then we'll jump into the neighbor and her role in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Her name is Nini. She goes by Nini, a.k.a. Kim Coleman, a.k.a. Tanisha Coleman. Of course, we have a commercial. There we go. There we go. Got it.
And this is on YouTube. So the prosecutor, I mean, who already has this footage, but people can go on the YouTube on Not Another Boring Podcast, and they can see this dash cam that the prosecutors simply refuse to release. They refuse to give the public information that contradicts their narrative.
I mean,
I don't know why it's lagging, but so here's, if you go back like a few seconds.
I mean,
Right there.
Yeah, there are
Pause it a little bit.
the Commonwealth attorney is telling this community that there is a giant argument inside the vehicle, and Mustafa crashes the vehicle on purpose. Now, when you watch the dash camera, one, there is no argument. They're not arguing. And this is a vehicle accident. As a matter of fact, there are details that show that Mustafa loves his girlfriend and loves 5-year-old Empress. And we're going to go through these details.
Okay. Hit play.
Did you already cover the part where he's
Right there.
gesturing? Okay.
He says something to Dorothy. She gets out, and she's going to restrain Empress. I mean, does that look like somebody who's about to commit a murder? I mean, you look at this case. You look at, if you read the black and white, what the police said, you listen to what the prosecutors were saying inside court. They're saying that Mustafa was angry at Dorothy. He was specifically angry at Empress. He grabbed them out of the apartment, threw them in the car, drove his car into oncoming traffic. That's the narrative that the prosecutor painted to a judge.
Well, hold on. Don't we have Google Nest video from inside the apartment that show that it's a beautiful relationship, that Mustafa loved Dorothy, that Mustafa loved the kid? It's a beautiful relationship.
Exactly. We have these videos from Mustafa's iCloud. I mean, this camera was inside the apartment. If we can gain access to this iCloud, if we can gain access to these videos, why haven't the police got these videos? They have his phone. They say they have over 1 terabyte of information from his phone. 1 terabyte.
They're nowhere in the discovery.
They're nowhere in the discovery. None of the discovery material show videos from inside the apartment. Now, you see here when they get in the car, if you back up a little bit inside the apartment where the prosecutor is claiming that Mustafa was angry at Dorothy, he was angry at Empress. I mean, they're painting this really dirty picture of like this domestic violence that's happening. It's not true. None of it is true. Okay? And you can clearly see, I mean, does that look like somebody arguing?
Birthday party.
There we go. Just because we're on YouTube, there's commercials that will kick in.
You don't have the video off of YouTube?
I do, but it's not as organized as YouTube. But that's okay. I mean,
I might have it on my phone.
no, leave it. That's okay.
It's going to keep interrupting.
Huh?
Okay.
All right. So this is the Google Nest video from inside the apartment that clearly show this is a beautiful relationship. I mean, what you're essentially talking about is the Commonwealth attorney is cherry picking evidence in this case. They refuse to look at the Google Nest videos.
This is April 3rd, 9:53 p.m.
You want me to hit play?
Yeah, go ahead.
Hey, everybody out of my room.
What about Sean? Can he stay?
Out.
What about
We're
Sean?
going out
Sean.
to Moses.
Oh man, I don't want.
Sean is Tanisha Coleman, a.k.a. Nene, a.k.a. Kim Coleman. Sean is this woman's son, okay? Sean was over at the apartment the day of the accident. Now,
I mean,
Kim
the day of the accident, the day before, he's spending, her 2 kids, her 9 and 10-year-old, are spending their spring break at Mustafa and Dorothy's apartment.
That's right. So her kids are actively at the apartment with Mustafa, Dorothy, and her son even spends the night into April 5th, which is the day of the accident.
Now, Amy Hodgson, the other witness, has been, when she's on a body cam, painting Mustafa as a monster. This is an individual that says, I don't know Mustafa, I don't know his girlfriend Dorothy. But she paints Mustafa as a monster. Amy Hodgson has been on the internet for the past, year and a half? Year and a half, just about. She's on TikTok under Christine Warda. Christine Alcuzai. We had her on this podcast yesterday.
Christina Villa.
It's Christina Villa. She has multiple names.
She goes by a lot of names.
She also identifies herself as two individuals that she would like to threaten as a federal agent, which is,
She claims she's law enforcement to multiple people on TikTok, on social media.
I mean, may I remind her, claiming your law enforcement is a crime. We have multiple people that are reaching out to us, are telling us that we're being threatened by this individual.
because they listened to the case on TikTok, they watched the videos, and they're saying that, I mean, this man is innocent. Based on everything we saw, this man is innocent. And then this piece of shit comes out, okay? And then she follows them on TikTok.
Who's on a body cam identifying herself to the main investigator as Amy Hodson.
Exactly. So, I mean, Amy Hodson, who called investigator Drum, I think the second hours after the accident, okay, she calls Robert Drum and tells him that Mustafa's abusive, that he was always saying that he was going to kill Dorothy, that he was abusing the children. And Robert Drum, I mean, you know, to his credit, he says, how do we know all this? How do we know this? And she says, well, Kylie told me. And that's what the neighbor is saying. And he
You're
says,
talking about Kylie, the 16-year-old, Dorothy, Mustafa's girlfriend's daughter, who does not live at the apartment, lives with her father.
who's separated by CPS
Who
from her mother.
Who's separated by CPS, who on body cam says, I didn't see anything, but she paints Mustafa as a monster.
And at the time,
But,
she says to the police that she had blocked her mother when Mustafa was with Dorothy. She had blocked her mother from communication. So we know there was no communication between her and her mom when Mustafa was at the apartment. Okay, so this girl does not live there, doesn't have communication with her mom. But here we go. Amy Hodson is calling Robert Drum, is telling him that I have information from Kylie and the neighbor. And when Robert Drum, I mean, to his credit, he says, how do we know all this? Do you know the neighbor? Do you know Mustafa? She says, I don't know Mustafa. I don't know Dorothy. I don't know the children. I don't even know the neighbor. I don't even know Kylie. She says, Kylie is, she's like a granddaughter to me. She lives with my daughter who lives in Manassas. I live in Locust Grove, which is almost 3 hours away from Manassas. Okay? And this person is actively on the internet. First, she was an advocate for Mustafa. She sent him multiple letters for months, letters, love letters, telling him how he's innocent, how he needs to stay strong and fight this corruption. He's going to be exonerated once the evidence comes out. She's calling delegates. She's calling senators. She's sending letters to the governor. She's advocating on Mustafa's behalf.
So she's on a body cam, painting Mustafa as a monster, tells the investigator, I don't know Mustafa. I was not there. I don't know his girlfriend. And then you find her advocating for Mustafa. And then all of a sudden, switch back. And now on the internet, gaslighting the Mustafa Al-Jazari case.
And collecting money.
On behalf of the children.
On behalf of Dorothy's other 3 children. She's actively collecting money. Remember what she told you? She said, can I set up a GoFundMe for Mustafa? And you said, no, we're going to set it up. You know, I don't want you, you don't have to go through the trouble of that. So what does she do? She goes and sets up she already had a GoFundMe for Dorothy's other kids. And she's actively on the internet.
Can you do me a favor? Can you make it where it's 2 separate screens? Yeah, there you go. That's better. Yeah, I remember her getting really upset at the time for, I don't know, not letting her take over. I mean, at the time, she identified herself as Christine Alcuzai. And she says
my husband's Iraqi.
Exactly. And I heard about your brother's story, and I want to be there. I want to, this is not acceptable. And she began advocating for Mustafa.
And she was buying gifts. She was sending gifts through from Amazon for our mom. She was sending gifts to my 4-year-old daughter. She was, she was fully supporting Mustafa. And by the way, when we first met her, she said, I want the discovery and I want to see those home videos. So I sent her the entire, I had it on Dropbox. I simply added her email.
We had her on a podcast yesterday. We had her on a
so, okay,
podcast,
yeah,
and
let
I
me-
asked her that specific question.
Let me tell you. So I gave her the full discovery. I gave her all of the home videos, the Google
Well,
Nest
Mohammed,
videos.
she says that she only got 30 pages from the 70-page discovery. That's what she said yesterday. You can listen to the podcast. And she tells you, and this is what she tells people, by the way. And that's how she gaslight herself
I mean, the
into the situation.
discovery file is one file. It's a PDF. You can't break it up. Okay, it's not like a Word document where you send her a limited number of pages. No, I emailed her the whole discovery. Okay, and she looked through it. She looked at the home videos. She even asked me questions about the home video. She says, what was he saying here? What was he saying there? I mean, I don't see an argument. I see a loving man who's taking care of, he's living his happy life with this girl and her children. Okay? And she even talked to
I mean, wait a minute.
some
Don't
news
we have a
reporter.
recording that she had a conversation with a local
John Reed with
John Reed with Prince William perspective?
Mm-hmm.
And she told him specifically that she went over a fine comb and she went over the Google Nest videos inside the apartment. The whole entire discovery, page to back to back, every page.
She says she lives in Pennsylvania.
She lives in Pennsylvania. And then she tells him, I saw the dash camera.
She says my brother-in-law is a homicide investigator
Yep.
with the FBI.
Yep.
I've ran this case by him. He looked through all the discovery. He's looked through all of the Google Nest videos, and he's telling me this man is innocent. Okay, I'm advocating. She showed me, like, she took pictures of a printer she bought. She set up an office, and she started writing letters and letters to different organizations, writing letters to the governor, to different senators. And I have the emails, by the way. She forwarded the emails to me.
So she identified herself as Christine Alcazar. And then you find her on a body cam identifying herself as Amy Hassan to Robert Drum.
And this is where it gets weird. When you release that body cam with her voice, she went on TikTok and she said she was so angry. She said, I just got 50 calls and text messages telling me that my voice is all over the internet, that the brother of Mustafa had posted my voice. This is unacceptable. I'm calling the police. The police are looking for Mustafa's brother. Why did he release my body cam? Why did he do it? Okay, how did he get my body cam? I guess she was, at some point, she was assured by Robert Drum or somebody that these body cams were never going to get
I mean,
released.
absolutely. The county, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, went to the presiding judge, Judge Carol Weimer, and she got an order to seal off the body cams, seal off the discovery, seal off the dash camera in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. So she is absolutely comfortable to say whatever she wants on that body cam, and the community will never find out.
And the real question is, I mean, this is a case where you're claiming this man committed murder, premeditated murder. You're claiming he was abusive. You're claiming, all these claims, okay? Why would you seal off this case, number one, from the community? Number two, you sealed it off from the defendant himself. I mean, as a United States citizen, you have the right to due process. You have a right to know what you're being accused of. You have a right to defend yourself. Okay? 2 years into this case, Mustafa's been held in solitary confinement. Okay? For 2 years in 24-hour, 7 days a week lockdown. Not even getting recreation. Being up, sexually assaulted, and deprived medical attention from inside the jail. Okay? Now, for 2 years, Mustafa hasn't had a chance to review the discovery. You're telling me that now all this discovery information is all over the internet, and still you want to hold this information, withhold it from the defendant?
Wouldn't you think that's the first thing you want to show the community, that I have evidence that he is a criminal, this is a monster, this is my evidence. Convince this community, show this community that this is a monster. Instead, you're going to seal off this evidence from the community? Well, I'm going to play double advocate here. And clearly, this Commonwealth attorney is releasing information. I mean, she released 4 seconds from this dash camera, so you can't tell me that they have to seal off this material. They don't want to release this material. I mean, the Commonwealth attorney released 4 seconds of this dash camera, but will not release the whole thing.
The question is, why release only that 4 seconds? Why not release this dash cam to the community and let them be the judge? I mean, you've already, the argument that the prosecutor is making in court to Judge Weimer is, Your Honor, the prosecutor or the Commonwealth attorney is not going to have a fair trial because the brother is out there disseminating information left and right. I'm not going to, she says to a delegate, Kelly Fowler, out of Virginia Beach.
Well, before we go into Delegate Fowler, and did she not release?
She says, I'm not going to try this case in the public domain, okay? But on April 7th, 2023, when you arrested Mustafa, you've put out this narrative on the media that Mustafa had intentionally done this accident, that he killed his girlfriend and her 5-year-old daughter.
That's what they said on the news. They said, investigate. I'm going to play the clip really quick. I'll tell you what's really interesting. The 4 seconds of dash camera that she released a chopped up version from this dash camera. 2 seconds in the beginning, 2 seconds in the end, a deformed version of a dash camera. So she's already misleading the community about the content of the dash camera and is terrified to release the whole thing. Why not release, like you said, why not release the whole dash camera and let the community, I mean, you feel so strong about Mustafa committing this crime, that this was intentional, that this is not a vehicle accident. Well, unfortunately for her, we have the whole dash camera. We've released it. And this Commonwealth attorney is terrified.
I mean, Amy Ashworth, the Commonwealth attorney, says to a delegate that she's not going to try this case in the public domain. Yet, on April 7th, 2023, you've told investigators, you've told the media that they've gone out there, tarnished Mustafa's name, okay? They said that he intentionally caused this accident, killing 2 people, okay? You've even allowed Dorothy's brother, his half-brother, who lives in a different state, go on Fox 5 on the media and say that his sister was actively on the phone calling police, begging for help because this man is about to crash his car. This is the narrative.
If you want to change it, I'm going to play it really quick.
This is the narrative this is the narrative that they put out on the media. And you want to talk about you're not going to have this case tried in the public domain?
So when
you've already tarnished this man's name without any evidence, and when the half-brother comes out, when Derek comes out on the media and says my sister was actively on the phone calling someone for help, you don't knock that down. You don't tell the media this is not true. The police don't come out and clarify. They leave it up. I mean, even till today, you can go on Google and search up this case, and you're going to find the half-brother of Dorothy say that his sister was on the phone begging for help from a friend. And the Commonwealth attorney is concealing this dash camera, which we now have, and we can clearly show that there was a narrative that was supposed to be out about Mustafa. And by them sealing all this information, no one is going to knock this misinformation out.
If you want to switch to
Go ahead.
The exhibit, I'm going to play. This is Derek, Dorothy's half-brother.
And this
My
is
sister was on
7th.
phone with another one of her friends, and all this was happening. And
my sister was on the phone with one of her friends while this was happening. Now, this is the picture that they've painted. That Mustafa was angry at Dorothy. He was angry at Empress. He grabbed both of them and threw them in the car, drove his car, and then just took it into oncoming traffic. This is the narrative that they put out. But, luckily for technology, thanks to technology, Mustafa had a dash camera. There was CCTV footage at the 7-Eleven. We have Google Nest videos that contradict all of this information. Everything that the police have said, everything that the media has put out about Mustafa is contradicted. Okay,
So-
even Blake, when Blake Weiner,
You're the defense attorney, the previous defense attorney.
Mustafa's previous defense attorney, when he was interviewed by NBC Julie Carey, he's telling her, after looking at this case, the entire case is built on a fake narrative, on misinformation.
And you're specifically talking about the police investigator had falsified Mustafa's statement in this case. The investigator said, "You told me that you were arguing inside the vehicle. You told me that you were angry at your girlfriend inside the vehicle." There's an audio of the conversation that Mustafa never said that.
I mean, there's a letter from the chief of police of Prince William County, Chief Peter Newsham, who sent us a letter admitting that Master Police Officer Robert Drum, who's the head investigator on this case, had violated department policy with regards to your complaint of a falsified police report. You went to the police department in September of 2023, and you said, this investigator had falsified my brother's statements. Internal Affairs sat down with us for, I think, over an hour.
I mean, my complaint was very specific. I have an audio, and this investigator falsified my brother's statement.
And here's the audio.
And here's the audio.
Okay, and they issued out a letter saying that Master Police Officer Robert Drum had violated department policy, and appropriate action or a remedy was whatever, they were going to remedy the situation. Now, immediately after this letter being issued, Mustafa's charges are upgraded from involuntary manslaughter to second-degree murder
Within 5 days.
within 5 days.
And the defense attorney at the time, Casey Sieben, was telling us that the Commonwealth attorney will retaliate and
will
upgrade the
retaliate.
charges if you complain about her investigator. We have a video.
That's what he told us. He said, if you file a complaint against the police, the Commonwealth attorney will retaliate because she's going to protect her lying cop.
Now, we get a letter from Internal Affairs signed by the chief of police that they find this investigator to have falsified the police report.
Exactly. And I can tell you right now, any other man, any other person, they would have immediately issued a statement of apology and they would have just released him. But because Mustafa had sued the police, they have a personal vendetta against Mustafa. They're out to get him.
And this is a good segue into what?
I mean, let's
This
play.
is a good. I'm going to play the news.
Okay, yeah, let's
Play the news. And this is a good segue into the rest of the case. And we're going to tie it back in with Amy Hodson, Kim Coleman, the neighbor. And where is this Commonwealth attorney basing her whole entire case?
On 4 tonight, there are new questions being raised in the case of a man charged with murder for a crash that killed his girlfriend and her 5-year-old daughter last year.
They come after Prince William's police chief ruled the investigating officer had violated department policy.
Now, some will tell you he didn't say, and this is specifically Amy Hodgson, the witness in this case, the one that lied about Mustafa, the one that's trolling the Mustafa Al-Jazari on the internet as a different identity as Christine Al-Khazai. Every day, for the past year and a half, she has a live on TikTok, and she's gaslighting the conversation. And she says, he didn't say that he falsified the police report. Well, for one, I don't need the police department to say that they falsified the police report because I have the audio of the conversation where the investigator falsified Mustafa's statements.
Well, not only that, but you have the official complaint that you filed.
That was going to be my second point.
And
Yep.
in your complaint, you clearly state, I'm filing this complaint because investigator Drum falsified my brother's statements, and and they took that complaint, and that was the letter that was issued based on that complaint.
Exactly.
Go ahead.
Virginia Bureau Chief Julie Carey spoke to the driver's defense attorney about why he thinks the finding casts doubt on the case.
Mustafa Al-Jazeeri's been behind bars for almost a year now, accused of intentionally driving his car into oncoming traffic, a crash that killed Dorothy Fontaine and her 5-year-old daughter, Empress. Initially charged with manslaughter, the charges were later upgraded to second-degree murder. Al-Jazeeri's family insists the crash was an accident. The defendant's brothers filed an internal affairs complaint with the Prince William County Police, alleging the investigating officer, quote, falsified a portion of his police report to say that
I mean, this is my complaint when I went to Internal Affairs. Falsified my brother police report, and here's the audio. So when I get a letter from Internal Affairs signed by the chief of police that they had found police misconduct, I mean, they're addressing my complaint.
Exactly.
the couple was arguing before the crash. Al-Jazeeri's brother provided a taped version of a phone conversation that contradicted portions of the written police report. Last month, the Al Jazeera...
I mean, you see how they downplay, NBC4 downplays the whole entire case. Portions of the police report. That's the whole foundation of the case. That the police department had falsified the police report and had said that Mustafa was arguing with his girlfriend, and he said he was arguing with his girlfriend. Now the dash camera shows there is no argument. The audio of the conversation showed that Mustafa never said he was arguing. This investigator had falsified the
Google
police.
Nest shows that Dorothy wanted to go to the cemetery.
You're talking about the home videos.
Mustafa saying, he's telling one of the children, I really don't want to go. I really don't want to go. Okay? And then later the kid asked him, he says, are you guys going? He says, unfortunately, like I have to go. Okay? I mean, this is in the Google Nest. This clearly contradicts this entire narrative that he was angry, that this was pre-planned.
Okay, let's cut to the chase. If you or your partner has ever tried Viagra, then you know it takes forever to kick in.
There we go. That's funny.
The commercial?
It's relevant to the witness that we had on the podcast yesterday.
I mean, yeah. You have Depend sponsoring.
I mean, we have so many sponsors that are sponsoring our podcast, and it's relevant.
Now you have Viagra.
That's great.
Come on now.
Great.
Right,
I have the witness is after me, and apparently she's upset. Why are you not giving me any attention? I mean, you identify yourself as Christine Al-Qudai, and then you fall in love with the brother. Now you're upset. I mean, it's just a mess.
What video are you watching here?
This is the Google Nest inside the apartment where Dorothy...
What date is it from? Do you know?
This is...
I don't think it shows me.
Hang on.
Because you're going with me to see Grandma for her birthday.
This is
Do you want to give Grandma your flowers?
That's what I'm going to give her the pink flowers out there that light up.
So you were going to give her that one?
Is it cut off? The date?
It should say it. Let's see.
Will it change if you do it to full screen?
I'm doing it.
No.
I mean, this is the day of the accident. It says April 5th on
April
it.
5th.
You got it or no?
No.
Okay, let me see if I can pull it up on the other. Hang on. Standby to standby. Hang on 1 second. Let's see. There we go.
Because you're going with me to see Grandma for her birthday.
I have an idea. Do you want to give Grandma...
April 5th, 12:29 p.m.
Now, the whole entire case, the prosecutor is arguing that this is premeditated, that Mustafa was angry at Dorothy, his girlfriend, was angry at 5-year-old Empress, and he planned this out, and he specifically, on that day, was angry at his family, that he took them in the car. It was his idea, and he crashed the vehicle on purpose. I mean, in this video, in this Google Nest video, on the day of the accident, April 5th, at 12:29, you see Dorothy is the one that's asking 5-year-old Empress to go on that day.
Well, she's telling her, you're coming with me.
Exactly.
Okay. In that same video, she goes to the other boys and she says, I don't care if you don't want to come. I'm going. I'm going basically with you or without you. I'm going to go. If you guys don't want to go, you can stay home.
Because you're going with me to see Grandma for her birthday.
I have an idea. Do you want to give Grandma your flowers?
That's what I'm gonna give her the pink flowers out there that light up.
So you were gonna give her that one?
You want me to keep playing the rest of it? You want to play the whole thing?
How long is it?
It's probably like 51 minutes.
Okay. I mean, I'm not hearing any arguing. I'm not seeing any fighting. You can see Empress there. You can see Dorothy just went into the bathroom. You can just keep playing it. I mean, is there anything else in this video, or is it just like that the whole time?
Huh?
Is it like that the whole time?
You're gonna see Dorothy at one point go to the boys.
Okay, yeah, just keep playing.
Yeah.
Okay, get your shoes on. Pharaoh, are you coming with me to the cemetery?
Pharaoh is Dorothy's other child. He's 10 years old, and she's asking him, Dorothy's asking him, are you going to come with me to the cemetery?
Grandma's birthday today. If you don't want to, you can stay here. I don't care.
No, just keep going.
I just want to. No, I don't care. Empress, get your shoes on. Thank you. Hold on.
I think that's it. But you see here that Dorothy says to Pharaoh that she's gonna go to the cemetery because it's grandma's anniversary. It's grandma's birthday.
Because you're going with me.
Yeah. Okay. And that's not what the prosecutor said in court. Okay. Prosecutor said that Mustafa was fighting with Dorothy, angry at Empress, that he took them into the car and crashed his car on purpose.
I mean, the prosecutor is getting this from somewhere. She's not just getting it from thin air. Now, Mohammed, where is prosecutor Sarah Sammy basing her information from?
I mean, it's very obvious. She's getting it from a couple of different individuals that lied. Number one,
specifically, Amy Hodson.
Amy Hodson, okay, who clearly says, I don't know anybody, but yet she wrote a whole letter to the police department. There's a body cam where she's on the phone with Robert Drum, and Drum has his wife
on the phone on three-way, who doesn't work for the police department. And she began telling Robert Drum, I don't know Mustafa. I don't know Dorothy, Mustafa's girlfriend.
I mean, how are we supposed to entrust this officer with conducting a proper investigation when he has his wife on the phone? And he, not only that, but he tells his wife while Amy Hodson is like she puts him on hold or something. And he tells his wife that he got a letter from communications from this Amy Hodson. I'm going to send it to you. So you're telling me that Robert Drum, the primary investigator on this case, is actively leaking out information to his wife while conducting this investigation. Okay.
If you want to put the screen on the exhibits, this is the wife of the investigator, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, who, by the way, is on the internet with Amy Hodson, gaslighting the Mustafa Al-Jazari case.
Oh, yeah. And then later we find out that Amy Hodson, the investigator's wife, are live on TikTok daily. And their main objective, their main mission is to tarnish the Mustafa Al-Jazari name, to put out misinformation. I mean,
I'm going to play a body real
this
quick.
person who goes by Kate0707 is Robert Drum's wife. That's the same person that was on three-way the night when Robert Drum was talking to Amy Hodson. She's on that body cam. Okay? Not only is her voice on this body cam, but she actively has pictures from Robert Drum's Nikon camera. We know from the discovery that Robert Drum was taking photos of the scene of the cars using his Nikon camera. And those photos are in the discovery. Now, how would...
So, Mohammed, I'm going to play a specific exhibit that she, the wife of the investigator, Stephanie Claiborne Drum, is
I mean, how would these photos be in the possession of anybody? Anybody. How can they be in the possession of anybody if they've been put on a seal by the judge? So if Mustafa can't get this information, and Mustafa's attorney has to sign a protective order to get this information, how is K0707 and Amy Hodson, how do they actively have these photos on TikTok and they're disseminating this information and putting out misinformation on
Mohammed,
the Mustafa Al-Jazari case?
Do me a favor. Go to the exhibits. Now, Stephanie Claiborne Drum is on the internet as Kate0707. This is a live that she held with an individual that identifies herself as Dewey Girl on the internet. So this Dewey Girl, that's her live. And she's in the main box as Kate0707, releasing pictures from the Mustafa Al-Jazari file. This is a picture of Mustafa's vehicle. And I remind this community, this is a sealed file. The Commonwealth Attorney has sealed this file, and no one is in possession.
No one is to have access to it.
No one has access to it unless you're the wife of the investigator who is in possession of pictures that your husband, the main investigator, have taken pictures on his Nokia camera at the scene. These are pictures from Robert Drum, Nokia camera. These are in the discovery. That is supposed to be sealed, but yet you're on the internet releasing sealed pictures from the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. And you want to tell everybody you're not the wife of the investigator?
And you're doing it to spread misinformation about Mustafa.
This is another picture from the Mustafa Al-Jazari file. This is Kate. You can see here. I can zoom in if you can zoom in. Kate0707. Okay. She's in the main box. And this individual is Amy Hodson.
And she goes by Joe
Schmo. I mean, she has a lot of usernames on the internet. But you can clearly see her voice on a body cam. You have witnesses on the internet gaslighting the conversation. You have the wife of the investigator on the internet releasing sealed files. This is another picture from the Mustafa Al-Jazari file. This is
a picture of Mustafa's vehicle next to that wall after the accident. And this picture was taken by Robert Drum on his Nikon camera. These are high quality photos. Okay. Now, somebody might say, well, you have the discovery. You put that picture out and she downloaded it from your social media.
See, what's really interesting about the sealed file that I'm releasing, I'm in possession of the sealed file. And every time I release a body cam, every time I release a picture, I will put my own seal on it, which is I write Free Mustafa Al-Jazari in watermark, clear all over the picture, in the background, and clear where if you were to share this picture, I can track it. I would know I'm the one that released it. And essentially what I'm doing here is I'm trying to see if anybody else is releasing this file. And if it's released, that means it's the county that released this file.
Exactly. I mean, you and I spoke about these files before they were released, and we knew that people are gonna. I mean, people like Amy Hodson, people like Glenn Ford, Tanisha Coleman, whoever's involved in this case, they're gonna try to gaslight this conversation. They're gonna try to put out misinformation. I mean, they already have. Okay, but we had a strategy. Okay, we said when we release something.
Put a seal on it.
We're going to put a watermark on it.
Put a watermark on it all over the document, all over the page, all over the body cam. So that way, if it's released, you know it's the county.
You know the source of this photo. Now, these photos that you have here, this does not have any watermark on it. These are actual official photos from a sealed discovery. Okay? I mean, this is crazy. You have the wife of the investigator,
Kate 0707.
Using her husband's resources to blackmail the Al Jazari family.
So you're saying Prince William County Police Department resources are being used by the wife of the investigator in the Mustafa Al Jazari case.
You know, I wonder what else she's doing. I mean, we know that her and Amy Hodson are going after people on TikTok claiming they're law enforcement. I wonder if she's taking her husband's badge and sending it through a text message telling them that she's law enforcement and to stay away from this case. I mean,
multiple people are reaching out to us.
I wouldn't find that hard to believe.
Multiple people are sending us messages of communication they're getting that they're being threatened to talk about the Mustafa Al Jazari case, touch the Mustafa Al Jazari case. I mean, people are coming forward
to back away from this case. Don't get involved.
Now, I have another, this is another picture. Kate 0707. Now, people ask me, how do you know this is the wife of the investigator? Well, you don't have to take my word for it. I just showed you pictures that the username on the internet, Kate0707, is releasing sealed document. And may I remind the community, you can't FOIA the Mustafa Al Jazari.
You cannot FOIA this information. It's under seal. And, you know, at some point, Blake Weiner, who's Mustafa's previous attorney, put in a motion to ask Judge Weimer, can we have Mustafa's power of attorney be involved in this case? Can he be allowed to get the sealed discovery and have him sign the protective order? And Judge Weimer said, absolutely not. Okay, so we know that no one should have access to these photos, including Mustafa, by the way, which is really troubling, that Mustafa can't get his own discovery.
So I have the same individual that held this live, and put Kate 0707 in the main box and is releasing sealed pictures from the Mustafa Al Jazari file, is saying here, is saying here in a comment, emoji, laugh. Can you put it on the big screen? Okay, there we go. So this is Dewey Girl, a username that refused to turn on her camera, has been trolling the Mustafa Al Jazari case for over a year and a half. And we have reason to believe that this is probably a wife of another police officer that's engaged in police misconduct. I mean, why are you so terrified to turn on your camera, but you're so heavily involved in the Mustafa Al Jazari case? So she held alive. She puts the wife of the investigator. This is the wife of the investigator in the main box, and she's actively releasing sealed documents from the Mustafa Al Jazari.
And she doesn't work for the county.
Oh yeah, the wife of the investigator does not work for the county.
So
she says
a murder case where the investigator's wife is using her husband's resources to actively blackmail Mustafa and his family, and anyone that shows support for Mustafa.
And specifically, blackmail them how? By releasing personal pictures of my 4-year-old niece, of my mother. I mean, we're Muslim. My mom wears a hijab. At home, she does not wear a hijab. On Mustafa's cell phone, there are personal pictures of my mother, my 4-year-old niece, and the county, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, gave the cell phone dump to
Elaine Jarvis.
Elaine Jarvis, Mustafa's previous defense attorney that was filing a lawsuit in Mustafa's abuse inside the jail. Elaine Jarvis took the cell phone dump. I mean, how else is these documents being released? I mean, we have information that these individuals reached out to Elaine Jarvis after the county threatened her to back away from the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Now, these individuals are in possession
of Mustafa's data dump from Elaine Jarvis.
That's interesting.
I mean, not only did she...
I think we ought to subpoena Elaine Jarvis' cell phone.
I mean, not only is Elaine Jarvis violating a protective order, but she's involved in blackmail. She's blackmailing Mustafa's family just to get back at you. I mean, this is crazy. This is crazy. You have a lawyer who signed a protective order, who was entrusted by the Commonwealth attorney with Mustafa's data dump. This is 1 terabyte of photos, text messages, communication, everything on Mustafa's cell phone. And it's over 1 terabyte. And for Elaine Jarvis to just simply give that information to people that want to cause harm to Mustafa and his family, these individuals that want to blackmail this family, Amy Hodson, Stephanie Claiborne Drum.
I mean, I have proof that Elaine Jarvis...
This is disgusting.
I have proof that Elaine Jarvis is willing to give out material out to anybody that approaches her. And specifically, one of Mustafa's supporters approached Elaine Jarvis. And for one reason or another, I don't know if this lady actually knew this is a Mustafa Al-Jazari supporter. And she's telling her on video because Shelly was recording the conversation, video recording. And then she told her, Mohammed, what did she tell her on the video?
Elaine Jarvis said, I'll give you whatever you need, any information you want. I'll give it to you to show you that Amar is a bad person. I'll give you whatever you want, anything. And she has a whole file she's willing to just give up. I mean, imagine what else she's willing to give up.
So look, the reality, exactly. So the reality of the situation is,
and by the way, we know Amy Hodson is not only harassing us online, posting our pictures online, but we know that she's reached out to every attorney that Mustafa had. She's reached out to Blake Weiner. She sent him anonymous emails threatening. Even Mustafa's current attorney got a phone call from a woman that is telling him to back off this case. I mean, where do you have the nerve to threaten a lawyer to back off of a case? Who the hell are you? Who the hell do you think you are?
Well, maybe she has the wife of the investigator.
Exactly.
And giving her unlimited support. Telling her it's going to be okay. My husband has been a police officer with this county for over 20 years. We're protected.
She's protected. Well, you know, I think her manipulation has a limit. You know, I mean, this information is in the public domain. Everything she's doing now is public.
I mean, they're in private now. They're nowhere to be found except in private accounts on the internet.
They're
no longer public.
She went private once she got exposed.
Once the body cam hit the internet,
she decided to disappear. Now she's going under Joe Schmo. She's going under these. I mean, it's so easy to make a TikTok account and post my daughter's picture on it, post my mom's picture, post pictures from Mustafa's data dump. I mean, that shouldn't be something hard for the police department to track. If Amy Ashworth wants to really track who's releasing this information, all she has to do is subpoena Elaine Jarvis' cell phone. And she's going to find the communication that she's having with Amy Hodson, with Stephanie Claiborne Drum.
Well, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth is under a lot of heat now because she was comfortable to use Mustafa's defense attorney in the civil lawsuit against the jail, against Mustafa's abuse. She's comfortable to use that lawyer to go after Mustafa's brother, who's advocating for his brother because they falsified the police report. So she's using that defense attorney to silence me. She's attempting to silence me. Commonwealth's Amy Ashworth had threatened Elaine Jarvis. Elaine Jarvis came public and she denounced the county jail that abused Mustafa. She said that the county falsified Mustafa's police reports. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth moved against her and she said, I'm going to take your license away. I'm going to remove your bar license. Elaine Jarvis got scared and instead of continuing to fight Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, on behalf of Mustafa, she begins to go after Mustafa's brother, who's been active in advocating for his brother. And now I have a civil lawsuit, an injunction in Warren County, and she's telling Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, I'm going after the brother. Now, unfortunately, it was all fun and games.
She wants to please the county, to show them, look, I'm on your side. I know I've said too much on my social media, but I'm willing to do whatever it takes to show you that I'm on the county side, and I'm willing to go against the brother hard in Warren County.
Well,
in order to show her loyalty to the county.
And Amy Ashworth was comfortable that Elaine Jarvis is going after the brother. Well, this is where Elaine Jarvis and this county messed up. Elaine Jarvis put the whole entire case in federal court. And apparently they're waking up to a reality that Mustafa's brother has evidence that Elaine Jarvis lied in court. I have videos, audios. I have 13 gigabyte of exhibits. I have a whole entire motion that I'm filing. And the fact that Elaine Jarvis put this in federal court, now what Commonwealth Amy Ashworth has to deal with is federal prosecutors that are tracking this case and are watching, and they're going to be looking at these exhibits, and they're going to be watching there is evidence that an officer of the court lying to the court. Elaine Jarvis is an officer of the court. She's a lawyer. She's an officer of the court. And the last thing you want is a situation where an officer of the court is lying to court, specifically federal court. So now Amy Ashworth have to prosecute Elaine Jarvis.
Elaine Jarvis not only lied to the court, but she filed a insurance claim.
About the insurance claim.
She filed an insurance claim with one of her insurance companies, claiming that you had that she had a cyber attack on her system by you, that you had stolen this material through a cyber attack.
Agent 007 out here.
Yeah, she's making you out to be Agent 007. That you had hacked her system. That you were tapping into her files. That she went and changed the locks. She did all these things. And by the way, she put all this information to Judge Hilton in the Eastern District of Virginia, and she put that in the Mustafa's motion to withdraw. Now, Judge Hilton...
In federal court.
In federal court. Judge Hilton is looking at this like, oh my God, this guy is a menace. You're like top notch when you look at these documents. How did you do it, man?
Exactly. Here is a reality of the situation. They pick up a guy off the street. I was barefooted, firing for Mustafa, using this bullhorn, okay, in front of the jail, camping at the jail parking lot, barefooted. I was barefoot, and the community gave me a title. A barefooted monkey fighting for his brother. Literally, Elaine Jarvis picked me off the street, put me in a suit, and I thought I was doing podcasts for her, to be honest with you. Well, I was running podcasts for her.
You know what she's done?
Well, now in court, they're painting me out to be a paralegal. God damn it, lady. I've never worked as a lawyer or a paralegal in my life.
She said, I saw his resume.
What resume? I haven't had a resume. What are you talking about? I'm a mechanic. I'm a mobile mechanic.
You know what's really funny is that there's a podcast. The day you were hired, she conducted a podcast with you.
It's on video.
Where you said, I stole the discovery. I stole this. I stole that.
I stole files from the FBI.
That's what you're telling her.
I have the discovery from the police department. I'm telling her I stole the whole entire... I not only fucked the chicken, but I fucked all the chickens. And you're going to hire...
And she hired you.
This fox and then make him... what are you doing, lady?
But she tells the courts that you submitted a resume, that she looked at your education history, that, that you were... she said all these nice things about you, and that's why she hired you. But in reality, there's a whole hour podcast on her platform where you were saying, I stole from here, I wore a pinhole camera.
You hired that guy? And you know what's really funny now? So they're painting... So you pick up a barefooted monkey off the street, and then you put him in a suit, And now you want to tell the court I hired him as a paralegal. All right, sounds good. Whatever you want me. Whatever monkey you want me to be.
You're like,
And
I'll
then-
take it. I'll take it.
I'll take it. I'll take it as a compliment. Now, all of a sudden, you filed insurance. You filed a claim with your insurance claim that all of a sudden I'm out here being 007, Agent 007, and I hacked your system. And I mean, essentially, just because you filed a claim with your insurance, the burden of proof is on you. Where is your evidence that I hacked your system?
Look, she was never counting on
I mean,
you recording her. She was never counting on
of
that.
course.
Okay? And the fact that you have all these recordings where she says
I have a lot of recordings.
on November 1st, she says, we're going to be like President George Washington. Okay? We're going to, just like how they had underground tunnel, he had people working for him, feeding his people information, and they were getting it out to the people. She's like, we have to be like that.
Tunnels, what did she call it? Underground tunnel spies?
I don't know.
She said it in the audio, underground system or spy system, something like that.
A spy network.
A spy network. That's what she called it.
And she says she's going to pay you under the table to advocate for Mustafa, and she was going to pay you for that, to do podcasts in front of the governor, in front of the DOJ.
And I'm going to continue to work with her, but on the public sphere, we have to separate ourselves so that the county cannot come after her. And you're going to continue to work for me, and we're going to pretend that I fired you. You're going to pay you under the table. Go out there, hold a podcast. Wait a minute. Are you telling? Wait, I thought you were telling federal court and circuit court in Warren County and Prince William County that Mustafa brother, I have him signed an NDA. Wait a minute. So does that not absolve the NDA, and now we're entering a new verbal NDA?
Exactly. She basically canceled that, whatever that NDA was, and she began a new agreement with you.
I mean,
and that she was going to pay you under the table, and your job is to discuss all this footage. And not only that, but if you remember, in the evening she said, I mean, can you at least give me like 4 or 5 days before you start putting out this all the videos? You remember that? She said, can you wait? Can you give me 4 or 5 days after I fire you? Can you give me 4 or 5 days before you start putting out the videos?
You know, I'll tell you something that's really interesting. So she filed a claim with her insurance that I hacked her system and stole the Mustafa Al-Jazari discovery file. But yet on so many other videos, I'm sitting on a podcast with you telling you that I stole the Mustafa Al-Jazari discovery file from the police department.
Exactly. It's all over her social media.
It's all over. I mean, every time I open a podcast, I'm like, yep, I did it.
You're like, I have it. Here's the flash drive.
I have it.
Here's the flash drive to my brother's criminal case. And this is the flash drive to the civil case.
And then I take it.
She's like, she wants the civil case. And the criminal case, you're like, I'm in constant negotiation with the police department.
I'm telling her, I'm giving them.
And then you put it next to you, you're like, I'm going to hold on to this and see if the police will do the right thing. Otherwise, I'm releasing this file.
I mean,
and she says, okay.
I think I ought to reach out to her insurance company and give them the exhibits that I have that she's committing insurance fraud.
I think that would be a good idea.
I think that would be a great idea. There's so many things that are in motion.
What? I also think you should take your motion that you're filing in Warren County, and I think you should retitle it and submit it to the federal courts.
As an amicus brief.
Exactly. To let the federal court know what's really going on with Elaine Jarvis.
I think I'm going to be submitting an amicus brief in Prince William County.
You should. I think they need to know exactly what happened. And by the way, you know, this is not like your word against hers. You're submitting audio and video evidence, and you're giving them the information so they can do what they want with it. I mean, if they're looking for the truth, it's in these exhibits.
I don't think it's up to them at this point, because now it's Elaine Jarvis put it in federal court. Now you got federal prosecutor looking at Commonwealth Amy Ashworth.
I mean, I think Judge Hilton would really like to know why Elaine Jarvis withdrew. I would like to know why she changed her mind all of a sudden. I mean, what was going on with Elaine Jarvis that all of a sudden she decided, I'm not going to advocate for this man. I'm going to take the county side. I mean, what is it? Did they pay you money? Did they blackmail you? What happened overnight? What happened overnight that all of a sudden now you're no longer Mustafa's attorney?
Well, she told
wanna be his
me
attorney.
she said the county is coming after her.
She said the county's coming after her. I mean, even, you look at one of her videos that she posted on November 4th. There was a knock at the door, and she says, I think they're coming for me. I think that reaction shows you how scared she was, and it shows you what's going on in her, like what her mental.
Hi there, this is Elaine.
If you want to play the exhibit, it's going to show, this is Elaine Jarvis, who came out on the internet, advocated hard for Mustafa, and denounced the jail for abusing Mustafa inside the jail, called out the Commonwealth attorney for falsifying and using falsified police report in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, and released the jail videos at the time that she knew they were under seal. And she says, not on my watch that I'm going to allow this abuse to continue. I'm going to choose to be public. And then she released the jail videos. And then the county came after her.
She said, we're Americans. We're not scared. We're fighting for our rights. I have a First Amendment right. Mustafa is clearly being abused. And we have every right to stand up for ourselves. We're Americans. We're not scared.
And then she released the video.
Go ahead and play that.
Elaine Jarvis, I'm coming to you from Front Royal, Virginia, and
You want to put us? Okay.
have some breaking news from a case that we're working and appearing in the Eastern District of Virginia in the Alexandria District tomorrow. We're seeking a preliminary injunction to have our client, Mustafa Al-Jazari, transferred from Prince William Regional Adult Detention Center and either held as he awaits trial in a different regional jail where they're not beating him and denying him medical treatment, or preferably held at home on an ankle bracelet. My client, as you will soon hear, has been held as a pretrial detainee in Prince William for 18 months as he...
Guess who was recording that podcast for her? Take a wild guess.
You?
Yeah, that was me. That's what I was hired for. Do I look like I know? Like, do I look like a paralegal?
No.
I've never worked as a paralegal in my life. Now, do I know how to file a motion? God damn it. Yes, I do. And I'm coming for you, Elaine Jarvis. I have evidence that she hired me for podcasting. But she wants to tell he has an amazing resume. Lady, I told you, I not only stole everything. What lawyer hires a paralegal? Look, what lawyer would hire a paralegal that's telling her, not only did I steal from the police department, I stole from the FBI. I fucked all the chickens. Not one chicken. All of it. And you're going to put me in charge?
She says you're hired.
You're hired.
Right after the podcast, she said...
Right after...
Are you looking for a job to run my podcast?
I was like... And she saw all my tripods. She's like, you know how to do this? Yes, I do. You're hired. I'm like, all right.
When can I start? You can sleep here.
She let me sleep in the office. That is crazy.
I mean, you have messages and messages and messages.
I have a lot of... Well, it was going to be...
She took you in.
She took me in. She took this barefooted monkey off the street that was fighting for his brother, and now she's trying to squash that barefooted monkey so he doesn't fight for his brother anymore. I mean, this barefooted monkey was already outspoken. He's outspoken, screaming, they falsified my brother police report. And all of a sudden, she takes this monkey, and then now she wants to silence this monkey. How does that make any sense? This doesn't make any sense.
All right.
Awaits trial. And while in jail, he has been beaten and he has been denied medical treatment. The video that you're about to watch has been provided to us. We are not under a protective seal. The government is trying to get us to agree to a protective seal. We absolutely don't agree, because if we don't have these videos come out, These abuses, these beatings will continue. And we are Americans. We are not afraid of the light of day. This is a picture of my client, Mustafa Al-Jazari. This is 2 weeks after the video that will show you.
Guess who gave her that picture?
You.
Guess where I got this picture from?
The Discovery.
Which Discovery? Because there are two discoveries. There is the
criminal.
civil.
I mean, these pictures came out of
I'll tell you.
video visit with Mustafa 2 weeks after the beating, and you took snapshots of the video and you gave it to her.
I mean, this video is only available in the criminal discovery. It's not available in the civil discovery.
And you can see in that picture, she took that and filed it as an exhibit.
So, what exactly are you telling the court, Elaine Jarvis?
So,
I mean, because it's illegal. I mean,
if she's saying that you didn't have access to the discovery at this point,
which is what she's telling the court.
That's what she's telling the court, that you didn't have access to the
that I took it from her.
Discovery.
That I stole it from her. That's what she's telling the court.
So that means she actively used the criminal discovery file,
which is illegal, and used it in the civil case.
In the civil case.
I mean, which one is it, Elaine Jarvis? I can't wait for court.
At least part of what happened in jail, which is him being carried semi-conscious out of his jail cell by 6 guards. And you will hear testimony from a fellow inmate who saw the beating. Please watch this, and please understand that if we don't stand strong and speak out on behalf of our rights, none of us will have them. Thanks for listening, and God bless you.
He was in 32.
This is the jail video that she released of Mustafa getting carried unconscious from one cell into another cell, half naked, and they're still hitting him on the head and kicking him.
So that's part of that whole podcast that she did. That video was embedded into the podcast.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
At the time, right across from me. I just got done talking to my mom on the phone, and I witnessed the COs going into his room, pushing him up against the wall, handcuffing his hands behind his back, slamming him down onto the ground, and kicking him. And then after that was done, they kept on saying, "Do not resist," and he wasn't resisting at all. He was laying there, and they picked him up, started carrying him down the stairs, took him into cell 1, and did it again.
Yeah, I'm listening to you.
Yeah, that's all I have.
Yeah.
Did you see the blood?
No. That's my other brother. He's got questions for you.
Hey, what's up, man? How you doing?
Good. How's it going?
Good. You know, we just want to say, we really appreciate your call.
No problem. He's like a brother to me.
So in the background, this is a phone call conversation that an inmate across from Mustafa had actually reached out to us that witnessed the whole entire incident. In this video, in the CCTV video from inside the jail that Elaine Jarvis released, you see Mustafa getting 6 giant correctional officers enter his cell. And inside this jail, they're beating him. When they take him out, he's unconscious, being airlifted, half naked, handcuffed behind his back, and they're still hitting him and kicking him on the head. Now, when they take him unconscious, half naked from one cell into another cell, and then in another cell, they beat him, strip him naked, abuse him, and then deny him medical.
Man, it's like we both use prayer rugs and everything, and I respect him.
Man, that
should never happen to him.
Yeah, it's crazy because when he says it, people always say, they question things like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And you would think that it would never happen to anybody.
Exactly. And then you witness it and you're just like, what do I do? I told the COs that I'm going to be his witness no matter what because it's messed up what they did.
Wow, that's crazy.
They do that to a lot of people and they think they can get away with it and they can't.
I mean, this witness is giving us testimony prior to having this video. Okay. All we know is that Mustafa was beaten up really, really bad. He almost lost his life with this beating. And we filed a Department of Justice complaint. The FBI went in, spoke to Mustafa for hours. And immediately after, they basically made Mustafa a target for the jail for more abuse.
I mean, at the time, Sheriff Glenn Hill said this video does not exist and nothing happened to your brother. This is a video.
They said nothing happened.
You see how he gaslights you into a conversation?
He says, if you want this video,
I'll tell you something, sir. Mustafa, an internal investigation.
Come to the jail board. File for it. And then we go to the jail board.
And they cancel all the jail boards once you go to them.
You're the sheriff. Right. You have a lot of people that look up to you, sir. I sit on the jail board. Yes, sir.
He sits on the jail board.
I want to make it very clear. I don't run the jail.
He doesn't run the jail.
I'm on the jail board just like other.
You're the chairman.
We have a regional jail. So make sure you tell the truth now.
Make sure you tell the truth now. I don't run the jail.
I'm the sheriff. Okay. I don't run the jail.
So you have a family that's screaming and yelling. Our family member was beaten, almost killed,
My brother was
sexually
killed.
assaulted.
Robert has died on
And then another family is there.
And then she says, my brother was killed.
of people that died.
He doesn't know anything about that.
I've got a list of people that died.
He looks at her.
Sure he doesn't.
And he says, Robert, who?
Okay, so I'm not gonna play words with you, and you're gonna over.
Immediately. I mean,
You know,
there,
for-
I know he's gaslighting me. He's telling me his correctional officer would never do anything.
I'm gonna be here every day.
Put me in these circles.
And I've got family.
You know,
And
for him to say
all of-
Robert who, like, I mean, now we know that they're killing somebody every 6 months. Okay? For him to say Robert who, how many lives are you taking that you don't know that someone died in your jail? That you don't know a Robert that died in your jail? How easy is it for your jail to kill somebody, okay, and then just forget about him that easy? You know, this is a life that was taken of a man who was held until trial. That person has due process. It's supposed to have due process, okay? You're supposed to be able to go to court, and then in court, they're going to find you guilty or innocent. But you have the presumption of innocence. For correctional officers to murder you prior to your court date is a crime.
I mean, in this video, we're telling Sheriff Glenn Hill they beat correctional officer, beat and abused my brother, and are denying him medical. All we're asking with Sheriff Glenn Hill, all we're asking him is we need Mustafa to have medical. We're asking for medical for Mustafa.
I mean, you're telling me at that point, this sheriff did not go to his correctional officer, his superintendent, and say, hey, what is this family talking about? This Mustafa Al-Jazari. We have the video. It's right there.
This is the condition that they dragged Mustafa. This is on May 24, 2023. He says his correctional officer never did anything and a CCTV video did not exist.
I mean, they were denying this video existed all the way up to this year.
Until Elaine Jarvis
released it.
So Mustafa is deteriorating inside the jail. By the way, they've never given Mustafa medical. Mustafa is
Till
continually...
this day, he has not had proper medical.
He slowly deteriorate in a county jail where you have a Commonwealth attorney that refused to take Mustafa to court because she's terrified of the evidence. So they won't put the evidence on the record. They won't take Mustafa to trial. And in a county jail, in solitary confinement, for over 2 years, Mustafa is deteriorating inside of a county jail without medical.
And he's on 24-hour lockdown, 7 days a week, 365 days a year.
And the minute the lawyer released the video and she comes out and be public about the situation, they come after her and they tell her, we're going to remove your bar license.
You're going to lose your bar license.
We're gonna come after you.
They went after her.
And what does the lawyer do? The lawyer is using Mustafa
She
brother as
chickens
a
out.
scapegoat.
She chickens out.
She's like, I didn't release the video. He did. What are you talking about, lady?
You're on your Elaine's on her podcast releasing this video. I mean, we're watching her podcast right now.
It needs to be stopped. We're people too. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This is Mustafa being airlifted. His feet is barely touching the ground. He's being carried by 2 guards with his head limped over. He's half naked, handcuffed behind his back.
And they want to say nothing happened.
Nothing
Look at this.
What justifies this, by the way? Nothing justifies 6 correctional officers carrying you unconscious from one cell into another cell.
And then being sexually assaulted. Then they took him into. I mean, this is not the end of it. This is the tip of the iceberg of what happened that day. This is the tip of the iceberg. They took him to another cell where they continued to beat him, stripped him completely naked, ripping his clothing off his body. And then Sergeant Daniels, who's at the bottom of the stairs right there, puts his boots on Mustafa's head
like that.
while he's naked and tells him, if you ask for medical, we're going to kill you right here.
One of the days we're going to end up going home, so it's like they need to give us the respect that we give them.
I mean, like, what happened to, like, basic human rights?
I mean, that's
You know what I
Sergeant
mean? Like-
Daniels right there in the orange gloves. This is Daniels, okay? And the person that's on top holding Mustafa, that's Sergeant Vincent Thompson, who is now promoted, by the way. The one next to him is Anthony Noah Tipton.
Isn't this the same guy that killed an 18-year-old Juan Campos on March 27, 2024?
And remember, Mustafa is presumed innocent. We have all the evidence that exonerates him. And this is what they're doing to him inside the jail. It's complete bullshit.
At least treat somebody with dignity.
Did you see how he kicked him? Did you see how he hit him on the head and then kicked him?
Exactly. You want respect? Respect.
I mean, like,
Exactly.
like, at least treat somebody with dignity.
Exactly. You want respect? Respect them back.
Yeah, and like, he said that they made him like wipe his own blood with his.
Yes.
I mean, it wasn't enough what they did to him in the room that he still continues to hit him.
I'll tell you, Elaine Jarvis is going to have her day in court, and I cannot wait to put my exhibit on the record. She want to align herself with the county. Well, you're going to pay for it.
Let's take a break.
We're going to take a break. You're going to pay for it in jail, and you're going to end up in jail, federal jail. When we come back, we're going to take a deep dive into what Amy Hodson, who pretends to be Christine Alcazar, is on the internet every day telling people. This is Amy Hodson. This is Amy Hodson, the witness that says to Robert Drum, I don't know Mustafa, I don't know Dorothy, but she paints Mustafa as a monster, and the county runs with it. The county runs with it and builds a whole entire case that what she tells them, they build a case on what she tells them. Now Amy Hodson, who's on a body cam, is on the internet and is telling people when they walk in that the neighbor says Mustafa's girlfriend said that he peed on her. Now, this is every time you go into the live on the internet, Christine Alcazar on the internet. If you go under Christine Warda 7, she calls herself Christine Alcazar. We have her on a body cam. She is an individual that created and fabricated probable cause to the investigator, who says, I don't know Mustafa. I mean, this is not a witness. She tells you, I don't know Mustafa. She tells you, I don't know Dorothy. But now it's sitting on a live every day for the past year and a half and tell you the neighbor says that she read the description on social media. She says the neighbor says that Dorothy had came up to her and Mustafa's so abusive that Dorothy, his girlfriend, came up to her and said that Mustafa had peed on her. And this is how she began to gaslight the conversation and tell everybody, oh, Mustafa is guilty. He intentionally crashed the vehicle. Gaslighting the conversation. Every evidence in this case, this is a vehicle accident. As a matter of fact, we have evidence that Nini, the neighbor, lied to the police. Now, you don't have to take my word for it. I have evidence that Nene is a liar.
I mean, she not only lied to the police about the relationship that Mustafa had with Dorothy, but she also lied to the police about the extent of her relationship with Glenn Ford, who's Dorothy's ex-boyfriend, who lives at the apartment complex. She told police that she had just met Dorothy and Mustafa 3 weeks ago, that she's only known them for 3 weeks. And she doesn't know Glenn Ford. She doesn't know anybody.
You know, I had Amy Hodgson, a.k.a. Christine Alcazai, here on the podcast yesterday. And I asked her multiple questions, and she refused to answer, by the way. She likes to deflect. She wants to talk about me. She wants to talk about my family. She wants to talk all the way down to and attack my 40-year-old niece. But she won't address the details in this case.
Because
she's
knows,
terrified.
She knows she's going to jail. She knows what she did is a crime. And the police are watching every action she's doing. That's why she removed some of those fake accounts that were blackmailing us using photos from Mustafa's data dump. You see, those pictures went away immediately. Once you filed your motion in Warren County, those accounts just got deleted. They disappeared.
Now,
but for almost a year, she's posting pictures of our mom.
Mom.
My daughter, 4-year-old daughter. Pictures of us, Photoshop photos, trying to blackmail us. Okay, and now all of a sudden, the moment you said, I'm going to subpoena Elaine Jarvis's cell phone and find out who exactly she sent that data dump to. I'm going to find out through her cell phone communication. All those photos disappeared.
Well, what's really interesting is the atmosphere surrounding Mustafa before the vehicle accident show you why the police department is allowing the police misconduct and is allowing individuals to manufacture probable cause in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. I mean, Mustafa had a lawsuit, a civil lawsuit against the police for violating his rights in 2018 that dragged all the way to the day of the accident. And Mustafa had police harassment left and right. The police was harassing Mustafa because he's filed a lawsuit. I have a video where this is how the police were treating Mustafa.
Do you know these guys?
What happened?
Do you know these guys?
Not really, no.
So they're
Seem like a bunch of assholes.
They're the Al-Jazaris. They're being watched. They live off of Ongo.
So this is a video. This is a video where a police officer enters Mustafa's vehicle, pull him over for a broken taillight when Mustafa does not have a broken taillight, and enters Mustafa's vehicle, takes him out, put him on the side, goes and starts searching his vehicle, and then he goes into the vehicle and he's coaching his buddy, police officer, that this is the Al-Jazari, this is Mustafa, he's an asshole, he lives off of, and he gives out his home address. What are you doing watching Mustafa? What are you doing coaching your buddy police officer about Mustafa?
Well, he was suing them at the time.
I mean, Mustafa
there was an active lawsuit.
Over $500,000 lawsuit. And then a vehicle accident happened, and the police take advantage of the vehicle accident. I mean, we have body cam that show the police took advantage of this vehicle accident. Weaponizing the kids, the police. We're talking about investigators that sat down with kids that are 9 and 10 and 14. Weaponize the kids against Mustafa. How do you know that? I know that because I have the forensic interview. In the forensic interview, the children are saying it.
And they're coaching witnesses. I mean, Robert Drum is coaching a nurse, Elizabeth Lee, who came forward, called the police department and said, I saw his brake skid. That's what she said. I heard his brake skid. I saw him plant the brakes. He hit the brake, didn't he? And Robert Drum says, no, that's not him. It's somebody else that's not doing what they're supposed to be doing. I mean, you're actively coaching the witness. She says, was he on drugs? We're still trying to check some boxes. We have to get our ducks in a row before we pull the trigger.
So when this individual shows up and
why would an investigator tell that to a witness? A witness is coming forward telling this investigator, this is what I saw. And for the investigator to say, no, that's not what you saw. This is not what you saw. I'm going to tell you what you saw. And then he's actively coaching, tampering with witnesses. Okay, the same thing they did with the car, with the dash cam. The same thing they did with the Google Nest. Are they claiming that they couldn't find the Google Nest? I mean, we were able to get it. It's on the cloud. You had Mustafa's password to his phone. You're telling me that you didn't find a Google Nest app on his phone and all you had to do was click on it and look up all these videos? I find that hard to believe.
You know, I'll tell you what's really interesting is the police department allowed those individuals to manufacture probable cause. Manufacture probable cause. And we have evidence to show that these individuals, that the witnesses in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case lied.
I mean, you don't have to look any further than the warrant that was issued to arrest Mustafa on April 7th. Just take a look at the warrant. Okay, it's a small paragraph, and that's their probable cause. They say that he did not avoid a vehicle accident, which is not true. They say that he didn't hit the brake. They say that there's no skid marks, that Mustafa has an extensive history of domestic violence with Dorothy.
What extensive? Mustafa just met Dorothy 3 months ago. And there's Google Nest videos inside the apartment that shows he loves Dorothy and the kids. What are we talking about?
Look, every one of those points.
Oh, wait a minute. Is it the same Commonwealth attorney that kicked you out of the office when you tried to supply her with the Google Nest video because it does not fit her narrative?
I've approached the Commonwealth attorney multiple times, the prosecutor, with my mom and dad when we go to court. And we're telling this Commonwealth attorney, we have videos that we want to supply you from the apartment. You're claiming in court that Mustafa was abusive, that this is premeditated. I have videos, I have evidence that I'd like to give to the prosecutor. And she says, no, we're not. I mean, at this point, I'm trespassed from the courthouse. I can't even go into the courthouse if I wanted to.
Well,
why is that? Is it because they're trying to avoid any? I mean, look, if you have a case, and police are actively investigating this case, and someone comes up to the police investigator and says, hey, I have evidence, video evidence, that might help you with your case. Why would an investigator say, I don't need your evidence? Matter of fact, I'm not going to talk to you. I'm not going to talk to you at all. I don't need any of your evidence. I'm not coming in telling you, hey, take my word for it. No, I'm saying I have video evidence that contradicts this case, and I'd like to supply it to you. And the police department is simply saying, no, thank you. We're not going to take your evidence.
We're going to cherry pick the evidence that we need into this file.
I mean, it's as if they don't want to get to the bottom of this. It's their narrative, and if something doesn't match their narrative, they're going to kick it out. I mean, we've seen what they've done with this discovery. They've deleted an entire interview with Kylie Clapp. They've deleted it because it did not match the narrative. They've deleted a body cam from an officer that was on the scene from D.C. They've deleted his body cam.
So they're actively deleting documents and videos from the discovery.
How can you delete a body cam from the discovery file? How can you delete a forensic interview with a child? How can you just delete it? Because it doesn't match the narrative.
Well, I'll tell you, when you ask Mustafa's lawyer, defense attorney at the time, that was the lawyer that was filing a lawsuit against the police before the vehicle accident. Mustafa had a lawsuit from 2018 all the way to the day of the accident. When you ask him and you tell him about the level of misconduct in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case, he tells you this.
The investigator that wrote the report, he lied on the report. We recorded that conversation.
I'm sure he did.
Yes, sir.
Frankly, I'm sure they all know that you sued the Stafford cops. And they beat your brother up because they know that you sued the Stafford cops.
Yes, sir. The investigator.
Can you play the, there's a rap song that was dedicated to Mustafa.
Yes, I can play it.
I want you to play it. And while that's playing, we're gonna take a quick break.
So before I play the song, what we're gonna be diving into is the neighbor and what the neighbor is telling the police, and the evidence that I have that will show that this neighbor lied to the police, and the police department built a whole entire case on what she said. You don't have to take my word for it. Look at the evidence that I have. This neighbor says that Mustafa's girlfriend came to her on the day of the accident and that Mustafa had peed on her. Where I can tell you, I have evidence that this never happened and this lady is lying in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. Fair? I'm telling you, don't take my word for it. I have evidence. When we come back, we're going to take a deep dive into that evidence. And while we take that break, we're going to listen to a song that our beautiful, beautiful Missy made and dedicate for Mustafa Al-Jazari. Missy, I love you, ma'am.
Can you still hear me? Okay, you can hear me. I think I'm going to mute your mic.
You're going to mute my mic?
Oh, when you play.
How dare you mute my mic? The county is trying to mute my mic. The county couldn't do it. I love you, ma'am. Yeah. Which ones? Which ones? Which ones? Huh? Yeah. You found the date. I love you. If you can please put it in the chat, I'm going to put it on the podcast. Thank you, ma'am. January 3rd. Okay.
You don't have it?
No, I'm going to play.
Wasn't it recent? Where you going?
Yeah. I'm trying to find it. Relax, princess. Hold your horses. Hold your horses. The carriage is gone. Hold the horses. Warren County has one horse. Warren County has one horse. And that horse is Elaine Jarvis. One horse. Warren County is a small town all the way 2 hours from here. And it has one horse. And unfortunately, that horse is that defense attorney, Elaine Jarvis. And now that horse is going to jail. I'm trying to find the video.
How do you not have it?
Hey, I have it. Relax. It's somewhere here. Oh, because I pinned it. That's why. Okay, there we go.
2 years in a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase him, break him apart, but we scream free Mustafa from the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the fuck is on the other side, where the fuck that guy goes, follow him and
we scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck can I do? Follow him and get him.
We scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge in the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. What the fuck can I do? Follow him and get him.
We scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name. It's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge in the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot, but his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie. We free Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. 2 years too long, time to rise above. Truth is power when fueled by love. So we'll march, we'll fight, we'll never let go until Mustafa walks free and the whole world knows. In a cell, no trial, no voice. Truth buried deep, but we ain't got no choice. They tried to erase them, break them apart, but we scream free Mustafa. From the soul, from the heart. They falsified the paper, twisted every word, turned a car crash to murder, like justice never heard. Dorothy and Empress, angels in the sky. Now they blame a broken man while the real ones lie. A badge and a pen, that's all it took. Signed his fate with a false report and a dirty look.
Wherever the ambulance on the other side. Where the fuck that guy goes? Follow him and get him.
We scream Mustafa, loud through the chains. Justice corrupted, drowning in pain. From the cell block to the street, we'll never stop till the walls fall down and the charges drop. Free Mustafa, it's more than a name, it's a movement, a mission, exposing the game to Trump and Cash. Hear our cry, bring the truth to light, let the innocent fly. Amy Ashworth, playing judge and the jury in a county so dirty, soaked in fury. Police and the courts all in on the plot. They framed an innocent man and left his soul to rot. But his family's out marching, banners held high, while supporters flood timelines, refusing to lie. They want silence, we give them the storm. Truth blazing through like justice reborn. Every post, every chant, every sleepless night is a spark in the dark that's ready to ignite. This ain't just a song, it's a battle cry for every soul locked up while the guilty lie.
You want to bring everybody in the chat? All right, so we're going to bring everybody in the chat. This is, let's see if I can bring everybody in. Okay.
Talk to you. Can you hear?
Okay, hang on 1 second. There we go. Now, is everybody, no, bring everybody in the chat. Tracy, you will not be blocked. You're good. Let's see. Is everybody in the chat? Can everybody hear you through the chat?
No.
Okay. Can what do you?
You gotta switch to Bluetooth or something.
Bluetooth. Okay. You want to fix that really quick? Okay. You want to fix it?
You gotta connect it, I think, to Bluetooth. I don't know how you did it earlier.
Yeah, they've been holding a really good podcast. Hello, Mom.
What am I doing here?
Hello. How are you?
What am I doing here?
Hi.
No, go to your
You did it earlier.
You have it because you have it where, on that phone or this?
Yeah, on this phone. I put it back on this phone.
Let me see how you did that. Go to settings.
Bluetooth, and then what?
I didn't mute you.
Rode.
Yeah, connect that.
Oh, wait, maybe
I think you did.
Okay, now it's perfect. Can you guys?
You were
hear me?
making noise, so yeah, we could hear
All
you.
right, can you bring everybody in? Like embed them into the podcast, into the live. There we go. This is beautiful. Now we're talking. You see how beautiful this is? Char, how are you, ma'am? Tracy, Missy, who else is in the dark?
Christina. Oh, that'd be Dre.
Bustos, Dre.
Bustos.
Hello.
Hello. I think Dre's sleeping.
Okay. You know, I want Dre to see this because I know he talked to me about it a while back, and he was telling me about how to put everybody in. No, put two separate.
Yeah.
Two separate.
Okay, it won't fit on the screen. See, it cuts it off.
Oh, really? Okay. All right. Yeah.
So you gotta have it this way.
Yeah, that's fine. Yeah, Dre was talking to me about embedding everybody into the screen, and he was giving me all these ideas that didn't work. And I'm like, all right, man, you know. But this is beautiful.
It sounds
I
really
just
good.
watched the part of it where the two of you were side by side,
Yeah.
but in different boxes. I thought that was neat as hell.
Char, you said what? You thought it was what?
Neat as hell.
Oh, it's
you were
nice,
both
right?
in a box of your own, and you were showing it. And I said, "Oh, that was neat." I could see Mo, and I could see you.
I mean, look how far we've come. Bustos, I love you, ma'am. This would not have been possible if it wasn't for you upgrading this podcast into this level. I mean, this is we're talking about.
We appreciate you so much.
I love you, ma'am.
We love you, Christina. Are you awake?
Welcome. You're welcome. Yes, I'm driving.
She's driving.
Mustafa tells me he wants to send Bustos a gift. Mustafa has a small company, a medical equipment company, where he sells physical equipment devices, those FDA-approved medical equipment that you find at the physical therapy office, and heat warmers, those reusable heat warmers. And it's a beautiful company. It's a beautiful small company. And this company went through a lot of stages. At one point, he had locations in different malls throughout the county. At one point, he had multiple contracts in different military bases. And at one point, he decided to run the company without an overhead, where he goes to different establishment, get a permission from them, and sell his equipment and promote his company. And this was in the midst of the civil lawsuit that he had against the police. And we'll take a deep dive into the harassment that he was getting from the police because he had a lawsuit against the police.
That's
now,
bullshit.
Mustafa wants me to send beautiful Bustos, thanking her for what she's doing. I mean, essentially, the county is attempting to take Mustafa's voice, and you, ma'am, is giving him his voice back. And thank you for being there.
That's what it's all about, is getting his voice back out there.
Exactly.
And you,
Amar, does he have 10 units?
Yeah, we have a whole warehouse of the equipment.
Okay, because those would be good. Those are good for the drivers. She could be wearing one while she's driving, and it could be, vibrating her back. That helps when you're driving.
I mean, with the amount of work, being a truck driver, driving for as long as you drive, Bustos, you definitely need these equipment.
Yeah, those end units work miracles.
The only hard part is trying to put those sticky pad things on your back where you want them to be.
Yeah, that's not easy. That is, I can tell you, that is not easy.
I know.
Oh, they're easy. They're easy. I've used one for 20 years. I think you can get it on there.
Yeah.
If you can reach part of your back, you got it made.
Right.
Beautiful Bustos. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you for being there.
Yes, we appreciate you.
What we're going to do is I wanted everybody embedded in this chat. And this is a beautiful segment, by the way. This is a beautiful segment to get everybody involved in this podcast. What we're going to take a deep dive into. Kim Coleman, a.k.a. Tanisha Coleman. She also likes to call herself, what does she like to call herself? So she's Nene, Kim Coleman, Tanisha Coleman, right? Mm-hmm. And
too many.
She told the police on a body cam. Everybody here has been with us for just about over a year or just about over a year and a half. And they've heard Christine Alcuzai, who today we identify her on a body cam as Amy Hodson, a witness that tells the investigator, I was not there. I did not see. I don't know Mustafa. She is on the internet actively trolling the case and is using Kim Coleman, the neighbor, who as soon as anybody enters her live, she tells them, did you know that the discovery says that Kim Coleman, the neighbor, says that Dorothy, Mustafa's girlfriend, had came up to her and told her that Mustafa peed on her, insinuating that
That's just ridiculous.
I mean, you walk into a live and the first thing you hear is that. That's crazy. You're like, what is wrong with that guy? I mean, you automatically jump into the conclusion. You're like, yep, he's guilty. Close and shut down this case. And then
I've never heard such a thing.
Well, when you find out the details in this case and the evidence that showed that Kim Coleman lied, are we live? Is it not showing up?
And then what disappeared? Like she just left.
Wait,
where'd she go?
Stand by. We're trying to see if our live feed is on.
Yeah, it is.
It is on. Okay. Fatima, you have to update your cell phone.
It's on?
Is it on? Okay.
Yeah, it's on.
Okay. All right, good. All right. When you find out, we have evidence that Kim Coleman, the neighbor, lied about what she's telling the police. She also told a 9-year-old, Dorothy had other children, a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 14-year-old. She told those children that Mustafa's girlfriend, that your mother was peed on by Mustafa.
I mean, why would you tell the kids
Why would
that?
you tell kids that?
After the accident, why would you tell the kids that? It just doesn't make any sense.
I think it's let's start with the body cam.
What a nasty thing to say to kids
Well,
that just lost their mom.
well, what she's doing is she's weaponizing the kids against Mustafa. That's what she's doing. She's telling them.
We're showing them pictures of the baby.
Well,
in the condition she was in.
Well,
That is disgusting.
Yes, that's Glenn Ford. Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend, took pictures of 5-year-old Empress and is actively showing a 9, a 10, a 14 the condition of their 5-year-old baby sister.
Well, here's the thing. How do you know he showed them the pictures? He said it on a TikTok live, but in the hospital notes, the nurse says that she spoke to Glenn Ford and she allowed him into the room where Empress was, and she told him that it's not a good idea to have these kids come in. So what does he do? He took pictures, but nobody knows that he showed these pictures to the kids. We find that out through a TikTok live a year later. We find out that Glenn Ford had showed these pictures to the kids prior to their forensic interview. Okay? Now, the hospital told him it's not a good idea to have these kids come and look at their sister in the way that she was with all the like medical equipment. I mean, these are like really horrific pictures. We've seen the pictures. They're horrible. Okay? And the medical staff at the hospital told Glenn Ford that the kids should not come in and see their sister with all this equipment on her. Okay? So he took a picture, and now we know, according to him, he showed those pictures of their sister to them prior to the forensic interview, only to weaponize them, to have them like have this deep hate for Mustafa. He's telling them that Mustafa just killed your mom, just killed your little sister, and this is your little sister. He's showing them a picture of her.
Now, how do we know that? We know that from...
Hey, is there any way?
Yeah. Well,
is there any way that you guys could gain access to her medical records?
Well, we have it.
We have it. We have the whole entire file.
We've got all their pictures. We have all those documents, all the nurse notes, the internal notes from the hospital. But those those pictures are like, they're so bad.
Who gave permission for her organs?
That's a really good question.
The doctor.
The doctor did without parental authorization.
And
He can't do that.
Was Divine ever allowed to see them children?
Well, I have a body cam where the police are actively denying Divine Jones, who's begging the police to be next to his kids, next to his 5-year-old baby.
I mean, that conversation.
So why did
that conversation?
why did they allow? God, why did they allow that child? Oh, Why did they allow Glenn Ford in there?
Which is the ex-husband. That's a very good question. Why would
They wouldn't let Mustafa. They wouldn't let Divine. That was their own daddy.
Well, I'll tell you why they allowed they allowed Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend, to be there. I'll tell you why. Because on a separate body cam, Investigator Davis is having a conversation with Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend, and he's telling him, Glenn Ford, we need you to get our ducks in a row. We need you to get Mustafa off the street. And that's prior to the body cam that's already been posted on the internet. And what do we have at Glenn Ford? At Glenn Ford that's fabricating and lying about Mustafa. And then toward the end of the body cam, he says, I didn't see anything. So you paint Mustafa as a monster, that he's abusive to his girlfriend and the kids, and then you say, I didn't see anything.
You know, for hospital staff not to allow Mustafa to see Empress that night at the hospital.
Yeah.
I mean, that
They're
is disgusting.
using criminals. They're using criminals as their witnesses.
You know, but I think that shows you what the police narrative was to the hospital, that they wouldn't allow Mustafa to see Empress. I mean, we know it's not a policy, obviously, because they let Glenn Ford see they let Glenn Ford see Empress the next day. And he's not next of kin. He's not blood related. But they still allowed Glenn Ford to come in and see Empress
That's so wrong.
the way she
It's
was.
morally wrong.
Well, you know what?
Every way wrong.
But they
He was in.
Well,
they were in Mustafa's car. They knew Mustafa was worried about them kids.
I mean,
or
I
that
have a video.
baby.
Char, I have a video when the police showed up at the apartment. Is there a way I can play a video while everybody's on here? I think I can do that. Yeah, I think I can do that.
I think you'd have to minimize them.
Yeah, I think I can do that. Let's see. There's a Google Nest door camera where the police showed up at the apartment. Mustafa was helicoptered to the hospital. Mustafa was in a coma. The police go to the apartment. There's 3 remaining children. There are 3 children at the apartment, a 9, a 10, a 14. The police knock on the door, and the children approach the door, and the first thing those children say, they don't say, Mom, the police are here. They say, Mustafa.
Moses.
Yeah.
They're calling out. I mean, this shows you how much those kids trusted Mustafa, that they call on Mustafa before they call on their mother. And then they call their mother.
But not only that, the fact that the kids called out to Mustafa shows you that whatever the police said happened prior to Mustafa leaving, that he was angry at Dorothy, he was angry at Empress. That was a lie, because the kids, first thing they do is call out to Mustafa.
Exactly.
So if there was a problem prior to them leaving, why would the kids call out to Mustafa?
But then they make contact with Investigator Romero with the children forensic unit, and he weaponizes those kids along with the neighbor, along with Glenn Ford, the one that's allowed access into the hospital and take pictures of 5-year-old Empress, only to weaponize those kids that he's in possession of. Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend, and the neighbor are in possession of the kids, and they're actively weaponizing the kids with Investigator Romero. Now, we have evidence. People ask me, what is your evidence? A child in the forensic interview says the police weaponized me. They told this child that Mustafa had ran away.
I mean, it doesn't get any clearer than that.
I mean, one of the children, Javen, the 14-year-old, he says, investigator told me that Mustafa did this on purpose. Mustafa ran away from the scene, left my 5-year-old baby sister, and if he hadn't run away, they could have saved my 5-year-old baby sister. Wait a minute, Mustafa's in a coma. Mustafa is flown into the hospital. Mustafa is in the hospital. Mustafa was, after they did his toxicology report, no drugs, no alcohol. The hospital released Mustafa when he woke up from the coma.
With the police's...
with the police permission, Investigator Chad Mason. So what are they talking about? Why did they lie to the children? I mean, you're telling a child, a 14-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 9-year-old, that Mustafa ran away, left your 5-year-old sister, and if he hadn't ran away, we could have saved her. Mm-hmm. and then you put him in a forensic interview. You weaponize this child, the same child that says, I loved Mustafa. Mom always told me to trust Mustafa. But after what investigator told me, he weaponized the kid against Mustafa and then put him in a forensic interview.
That's called tampering with witnesses.
That's called child abuse.
Manufacturing
And
probable
that's
cause.
the oldest one. He's the one that knows
That's
better.
so wrong to do.
He knows that what happened was wrong.
Now, what's interesting is
Yeah, that shows so much love for them kids, right?
Kim Coleman, the neighbor, tells investigator and paint Mustafa as a monster on a body cam, and then tells the investigator and tells the children that Dorothy had peed, that Mustafa had peed on Dorothy, and then 2 days later, when she talks to mom, she tells mom that Mustafa is the best thing that happened to those children. Mustafa loved the kids loved him. Mustafa loved Dorothy loved him. I mean, you hear the phone call. And she paints Mustafa as a wonderful human being that loved the kids and Dorothy. And then she tells you, you should talk to Jaden, the 14-year-old. Are we talking about the 14-year-old that you weaponized, that you told that Mustafa had peed on his mother? Are you talking about the 14-year-old that's been weaponized by the investigator Romero? Are we talking about that 14-year-old? So you want to lie and fabricate probable cause and then pull yourself out of that situation and then say, you should talk to that 14-year-old. Well, ma'am, you weaponized this kid. Now, I'm going to play the body cam. We're going to play a video. And then we're going to play a video when Mustafa was released from the hospital. That, Muhammad, you were there and the rest of the family. That Glenn Ford and Nene lied to the police about the events that took place at that night. Unfortunately for them, Muhammad, you have a video that you secretly recorded at the time. You recorded the whole night.
My phone was in my shirt pocket, and I don't know. I just recorded. I mean, you're dealing with kids. The police are telling you to that just leave the kids. That Mustafa was not to take those kids. It was just odd, you know. I mean, I'm glad I recorded that night, but if I hadn't recorded, who knows what? Who's to say what happened?
Well, according to Glenn Ford,
according to Kim Coleman, she said Mustafa had thrown these kids on her. We know that's a lie from the recording I had. She said, "Don't call the police."
Right at the end, he asked to call the
No.
police.
And by the way, I did call the police. And I spoke to an officer. I think it was Drum that I talked to. I don't know which officer, but I think it was Drum because he said he was in the process of identifying next of kin, and then he says, "Under no circumstance is Mustafa taking those kids home." I said, "Well, I think the neighbor's going to keep them. You know, I don't know we don't know what to do with these kids."
I mean, the neighbor saw the condition of Mustafa.
And by the way, Tanisha Coleman said she was a cousin. When we called the hospital, she said, I'm like their cousin. I am somewhat related. So, like, to me, that was like, okay, I mean, I'd rather have these kids be with the cousin than,
it's a lot to unpack.
Mustafa was supposed to take care of kids when I had them all messed up.
Mustafa, exactly. Mustafa wakes up from a coma.
And then the police officer is telling me that he's not to take those kids. I mean, I didn't know for what purpose he was saying that, but to me, an officer telling me that Mustafa should not take these kids because they're not his kids, to me sounds like, I mean, maybe for legal reasons he can't take those kids.
Now, what we're finding out, I'll tell you what we're finding out is the paramedic had pumped Mustafa with 50 mcg of fentanyl. Now, 50 mcg of fentanyl knocked you out for 9 hours. And so you have a situation. And my favorite part is when you talk about the fentanyl, I mean, they tell you because of the pain, you have trolls on the case on Amy Hassan, Christine Alcazai, they trolled the conversation. Well, they pumped him 50 mcg of fentanyl because he was in pain. That's what they say. Well, let's follow that logic.
He was in pain.
Well, hey.
Nothing happened to him.
Well-
They shouldn't have been trying to talk to him about anything.
Well, exactly. That's exactly.
And then the other problem.
Why
is-
would you interrogate him in the hospital if he's under 50 mcg of fentanyl?
The other problem is
exactly
why is the fact that he was on fentanyl is nowhere in any of the reports. Only in the paramedic notes. Out of 840 pages, there's only one spot that says Mustafa was injected with fentanyl, and that's only the paramedic notes. So why would police leave that portion out of the report? Why would they leave that out of all of the reports?
I mean, you have Glenn Ford, you have Kim Coleman, and you have Investigator Davis on body cams, and they're all talking about that Mustafa did not care about the kids. That night, when he came out of the hospital, he threw the kids at the neighbor and ran away. That's what they're saying, right?
And Glenn Ford says he was trying to get the kids out of his hair.
Okay. Now
the kids weren't with him; they were at the apartment.
You know, I find it very convenient that they don't want to talk about the 50 mcg of fentanyl that Mustafa is on by the paramedic. I mean, if you're on 50 mcg of fentanyl, you're going to be checked out. But what do you look when you see Mustafa? I mean, you have a video, and we're going to play in 2 seconds. Mustafa's priority is the kids. That's all he's talking about. That's all he's trying to make sure the kids are okay in the hospital after he came out from the hospital. And we have a video. We're going to see it now. But the narrative of Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend, and Kim Coleman, the neighbor,
and Amy Hodson,
is that he didn't care. Now, I find it very suspicious that when I opened the discovery, the police department only subpoenaed because Nini, the neighbor, had a Ring camera and she had a camera inside her apartment. So she captured the whole night. When you were there, when Mustafa was there, and the family, why is it? That's a very good question. Why is it that the police department only subpoenaed a very narrow window where it leaves room for Glenn Ford and Kim Coleman and Amy Hassan to lie about that night? Why not subpoena the whole night?
That's a really good question. Why did they not? When they wrote up the search warrant for the Ring camera of Tanisha Coleman, why did they stop when Mustafa left the apartment? Why did they not get the rest of the footage when the kids went into the apartment after Mustafa left and Glenn Ford and Tanisha Coleman began coaching these kids inside their living room?
Now, you have evidence that they were coaching the kids. Did Glenn Ford not go on the internet on Prince William County Police Department website and under where they reported on the accident, under every person that would comment would say exactly what?
He would say that this man was abusive. This guy's my neighbor. He crashed the car on purpose. I mean, and he repeated.
He's on a run.
He's on the run, and he repeated those comments under a lot of the comments. Every person that made a comment, like, "I'm sorry for the person's loss," "Oh my God, I can't believe this happened." Like, you know, people are just reacting. And Glenn Ford is under every comment saying that this man is on the run,
actively changing the conversation.
He's changing the conversation. He's putting out a narrative that this was done intentionally, that Mustafa was on the run, and that there was domestic violence inside this house.
So
why would you do that?
The same Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend.
You're telling me that he's actively posting this stuff online while he has custody of these kids?
Exactly.
And the police never thought to get the Ring camera from inside Tanisha Coleman's house where those kids were with Glenn Ford and Tanisha?
And now that that you have a video comes out, they're scrambling because what they've said is a lie. And they're terrified. So we're gonna play the body cam of Kim Coleman. I think it's a good idea to start there and then jump into that video.
Okay. What are you playing now?
I'm gonna play the body cam of Kim Coleman, the neighbor,
talking to Investigator
Robert Drum. Look, you're just gonna have to put up with the commercials.
I think I could just mute it whenever you.
Really? Okay.
Minutes because they wanted to.
Okay.
They're going to sit down and talk to them.
Let me increase the volume real quick.
That's where they at now. So we took them yesterday so they get a view of what's going on. You gotta hold your door.
Not that one. Right?
Check on it right now.
Are you playing this one?
Yeah.
Okay.
There's which one? Which one do you want me to play? There's two.
This is the conversation that Drum had with Tanisha.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. Go on.
Yeah.
Zanae, come and get this dog.
Someone has to check on the daughter.
Yeah, but
So what you see is a video as a segment from a video that Muhammad recorded. Okay, we're gonna play that video after we listen to this body cam.
All right, like, should we call the police? Should we?
let's.
You're playing this video right now.
No. You want to play that video?
That's what you're playing. It's inside. It's a video inside of a video.
No. Well, this is just introduction.
In a minute, let's get somebody like. Let's give it a.
There we go.
Kim?
Yes,
Hey, Miss Kim. It's Investigator Drum with the County Crash Center. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How are the kids doing?
Hey, I'm fine. Me and the uncle came after he left the hospital yesterday from seeing the little girl. He called me and asked me can he come and see them because they really don't know him. And so I told him yes. So he came up here. He was up here. So then
I think.
Wait, this is body cam number 2. I want to play the first one before we play this one. Okay, hang on.
I think you got to take the call out because it's
Oh, I see what you're saying.
taking away the audio.
I got you. So there's 2 body cams. Hang on 1 second. Let's see.
Yeah, put that down.
Which one?
The static
Which static?
from that. Take your headphone off.
Oh, the okay. Can I have everybody put on mute? All right, cool. All right, perfect. There we go. I got it. All right, you ready?
This is artlist.io. A platform.
Okay, you ready?
Yeah.
You gotta hold your door. Hold the damn door.
Should we call the police? Should we call the police? Should we?
Let's get.
You see how you're telling her, should we call the police? And
So-
she says, listen.
Someone has to check on the daughter.
Yeah, but
All right, like, should we call the police? Should we?
let's give it a minute. Let's get somebody like a family member because
Yeah.
if we call the police, they're gonna take them to child protective
Yeah,
service. You
we're
don't want
not-
that involved.
So she says, let's not call the police because if we get the police involved, they're going to get child protective services and they're going to separate these children. But you're going to hear in this body cam, and by the way, this body cam was, I think, maybe 2 hours after we left, or maybe an hour after we left.
Yeah.
After
It says
an
it on
hour after we left the apartment
It says,
complex.
it says it on there.
Yeah, it says 4 a.m. On April 6th. So immediately after we left the apartment complex is when this phone call took place with Robert Drum.
So, Mustafa, there's a video. We're going to play that video.
So she just told us on my video, that little video, that's my phone. And she's saying, don't call the police because CPS is going to separate these kids. Let's not call the police. Let's find their family members first so that they can get custody of them. Otherwise, if you call the police, they're going to come and separate these kids. And we're like, okay. I mean, I don't know how CPS works, so I guess She knows about it, maybe. So that's fine. But
So Mustafa wakes
but I
up-
still called the police, by the way. I went to the side and I called the police. And I think I spoke to Robert Drum. And he said Mustafa is not to take those kids. That under no circumstance is he taking those kids home with him. In the condition he's in, he's not to take those kids.
Okay, let's listen to the body cam.
Should we call the police? Should we?
Let's give it a minute. Let's get somebody like a family member because if we call the police, they're going to take them to Child Protective Service. You don't want that involved.
All right, like, should we call the police? Should we?
Let's give it a minute. Let's get somebody like a family member because if we call the police, they're going to take them to Child Protective Service. You don't want that involved.
This is investigator Robert Drum talking to the neighbor, Kim Coleman, a.k.a. Nene.
Hey, is this Kim?
Yes.
Hey, this is Investigator Drum with the Princeton County Crash Unit.
Why did you just laugh? Did you see him chuckle? Listen.
Hey, is this Kim?
Yes.
Hey, this is Investigator Drum with the...
That is really weird.
Weird,
actually.
right?
And I think I pointed this out to you at the time when I listened to that.
Are you trying to take credit for my work?
No,
I found it.
Look.
Don't believe him. I found it.
No, it's he doesn't ask her how she's doing. There's no introduction into who he is or like what the circumstances are. You're going to see how this conversation goes directly to the point. I mean, if you listen to this over and over again, you would say, did these two people have a conversation prior to this recording? Is this like an act after they've had a conversation that they're conducting an act for the body cam? I don't know. But if you listen to it.
You know what it sounds like? It sounds like they're putting on a show for the prosecutor.
For the body cam.
For the body cam. Now,
I mean, play it. Let's listen to it.
Well, when you put this in context,
Why did he chuckle? You're right. Why did he chuckle?
Yeah. Well, when you put this in context, that this is the same investigator who falsified Mustafa's police report, I think it just, in that context, it's weird.
It is very weird. I mean, for him to chuckle right there.
Yeah, that's weird.
Princeton County Crash Unit. Hey, is this Kim?
Yes.
Hey, this is Investigator Drum with the Princeton County Crash Unit.
Hey, how you doing?
Good. I got your number because apparently you are at home with a bunch of children that you were supposed to be watching or are watching, or they belong to Miss Fontaine.
Yeah. No, they. I have our three little ones. They just came. They arrived right after probably about almost 1 o'clock in the morning. They knocked on my door.
Okay.
And I answered the door because I knew who they was, and they was with Miss Fontaine's boyfriend.
Okay.
And his family was with them also. So I opened the door because I was concerned because I was like, well, everybody at my house. So apparently that they had told me that the mother had got a T-bone car accident, and that he didn't know pretty much of what was going on and stuff. So they wanted to bring the kids over here to me because I know the mom and I'm real close with the mom, and also the kids too. So they left the kids with me.
This was what, 3 hours ago?
Yeah, this was like about two and a half hours ago.
So, okay, do you know what's going on?
Yes, I do. He told me, and his the boyfriend told me, and his family told me what happened. That they was in a car accident on 234, and there was a T-bone. They telling me that it was a T-bone accident because the.
I mean, why?
Why is she already suspicious?
Why? Oh yeah. Why is she skeptical about the T-bone? Like,
that's a good question.
Why would you suspect anything other than what you're being told? I mean, obviously you saw Mustafa in the hospital gown. Why would you be skeptical?
I mean, especially when you sat down with Mustafa calling the hospital and checking on 5-year-old Empress.
For almost an hour. We're calling the hospital, trying to get information on Empress, trying to see if we can physically go there that night. And the hospital's like, no, you're not going to be able to see him. If you're not the dad, if you're not blood related, you're not going to be able to see Empress. That's what they told us. And that's corroborated with the hospital notes. You know, there's internal memos from the hospital that support and show that Mustafa called in that night with a cousin or somebody that was Tanisha Coleman, and that he was trying to come into the hospital to see Empress, and the hospital refused. So, you know, why is Tanisha Coleman already saying, like, being skeptical? I know what happened, or I know what happened. This is what the family told me. Interesting.
Happened that they was in a car accident. He told me, and his he told the boyfriend told me, and his family told me what happened. That they was in a car accident on 234, and there was a T-bone. They telling me that it was a T-bone accident because the kids were left alone in the house by themselves. So they was waiting for their mom to come back home. But she.
Okay. All right. So the kids are left.
And by the way, the information that I got that it was a T-bone was from the police. They told me it was a T-bone. And I think on the Ring app, you know how neighbors talk? There's a neighbors section. Everybody was saying this was a T-bone. I have the snapshot image from the message. They're saying at the time, they're saying that a Suburban T-boned the Chrysler. Okay, so that's the information I was going by. That's what we knew at the time, and that's what the pictures show now. That the Chrysler was T-boned by the Suburban.
I mean, the same investigator, Robert Drum, is on a body cam set, and he specifically says to investigator Chad Mason that Mustafa cleared all the vehicles and made it to the other side, and the SUV turned into him.
Okay, let's go back to this.
But this had happened. They said that the mom passed away, and the sister's in the hospital. So when they came and brought it to my attention, they dropped the kids off to me. The brother told me, said, "Can you call Fairfax Hospital and check on the sister?" And I was like, you know, she's okay. And they was like, no, because she was in an accident too. So when I called the hospital, told them.
When she called the hospital, she doesn't tell him that Mustafa called the hospital with her.
Actually, I called the hospital from my cell phone, and I have those phone records. Matter of fact, I actually also have the phone records from the officer that I called that night. So we're going to get to the bottom of whose number that is.
I think it's very interesting that she doesn't tell the investigator that Mustafa said there, and it begged her to. He told her that the hospital would not let me know if she's okay, would not give me any information, would not let me know if she's okay. Can you please call the hospital with me? She doesn't even tell the investigator anything.
On the video from the apartment complex, you can see Mustafa multiple times asking, "Can we check on Empress?" He's even asking Glenn Ford, "Can you help me check on Empress?" He doesn't.
Glenn Ford. You know what's really interesting about the whole situation with Glenn Ford? Glenn Ford, Mustafa, on that video, sees him right in front of him, and he's asking him, "Can you? The hospital is not letting me check on Empress. Can you help us check on Empress?" Now, Glenn Ford sees Mustafa, and Mustafa doesn't even recognize him. Doesn't even know that this is the ex-boyfriend. The county is building a whole entire case that Mustafa is jealous from the ex-boyfriend. How could you be jealous from the ex-boyfriend if you don't know the ex-boyfriend? Now, by the way, not only do you have that video, Glenn Ford himself tells Investigator Davis that Mustafa doesn't know him, that he's been watching Mustafa.
Well, actually, he doesn't say it on the body cam. He says it on TikTok Live later.
Oh, when he goes on the live with Amy Hodson, the witness that lied about Mustafa?
He says, "I knew him very well, and I was watching him. He didn't even know I was watching him, but I was watching him, and I knew everything about him, but he didn't know who I was."
The same guy that's in possession of the kids, weaponizing the kids against Mustafa?
I mean, if the police were not looking at this guy, I don't know what the hell they were doing. I don't know what the hell they were doing. If he's saying that if he's I mean, he's physically jumping into this case and saying, hey, I know everything. I know everything. This guy right here, I mean, he's basically screaming and yelling Mustafa's name. And the police find brake failure. They find a lot of inconsistencies in this case. This boyfriend, ex-boyfriend who's coaching these kids to say all these. I mean, the kids are saying, I found this out from Glenn Ford. I found this out from the neighbor, Nini, Tanisha Coleman. And the police never thought, why is this guy so invested into making Mustafa look like the bad guy? I mean, we know why the police don't like Mustafa. It's because he sued them. But why is this ex-boyfriend so invested into making Mustafa the criminal?
Well, it's interesting. I haven't released this body cam, but I have a body cam where Investigator Davis is talking to Glenn Ford, and he tells Glenn Ford, we need you. We need you. He said, we need you. And then he said, we need to get our ducks in a row, Glenn Ford. We need you to get Mustafa off the street. We have to get our ducks in a row. Wait a minute. What ducks? And why are you putting these ducks in a row? And what do you need Glenn Ford for? And just happened the Commonwealth Attorney removed Glenn Ford's criminal charges. He had gun charges. He had drug charges, intent to distribute. And they just removed all his charges. And now Glenn Ford is being used to describe. I mean, Glenn Ford said on the body cams that Mustafa is abusive to Dorothy, abusive to the kids. Now, Glenn Ford also said on a body cam he didn't see anything. But the county is using this guy to manufacture probable cause to put Mustafa in jail. That's interesting. That's not interesting.
You want the... Okay, when you're ready for it, I have the messages he was sending out.
Yeah. If you can put them on the screen, that would be great. You want to airdrop them to me?
Yeah, I would have to.
Okay.
But let's go back to this video.
Okay. Let's go back to Kim Coleman.
And what she said to Investigator Drum.
Investigator Drum.
Was a close friend, Miss Dorothy, Miss Fontaine. And the doctor told me, you know, well, I'm going to go ahead and because we don't have no information on this little girl, can you give me information? I told him, yes, I can. I know these people. These are my neighbors. And I gave them her name and her age and her birthday. And they, you know, said, okay, well, this week we got.
Okay, this is April 6th. Okay, we know from the scene of the accident, so the day before when the accident happened, maybe around 7:30. Or 7 o'clock, 30 minutes or an hour after the accident.
Yeah.
We know that Casey Fines was able to identify Dorothy Fontaine and Empress. Word for word, we have a picture of his notebook.
I have the body.
You don't have to pull it up.
Okay.
But from on the scene,
yeah,
he had Dorothy's name. They identified her. They identified the daughter. They identified Mustafa. So why is the hospital saying they don't have Empress's information? Why is she a Jane Doe at this point?
They called her a Jane Doe.
And by the way, if they're calling her a Jane Doe, we called an hour and a half ago and we said Empress Fontaine. We gave the name of the little girl.
Yeah.
Why is the hospital saying they have no information on this little girl? I mean, we have a video of Officer Surdam at the hospital where he's telling the nurse, this is Dorothy Fontaine and this is her child. He's physically giving her the name in the hallway. Yet the hospital never updated the record.
I mean, I think there's something wrong here when you have the medical record reflect that the same physician that operated on Empress and wrote that she is stable, and you find him making a phone call to the organ transplant.
We'll get to that later.
We'll get into
it when
it.
we see the numbers.
But you know, there is. I mean, you see that 5-year-old Empress and Dorothy was not airlifted, and then when they're in the hospital, I mean, we'll get into those documents. Okay.
To talk to somebody, and the doctor had disclosed to me what was going on with the daughter, the 5-year-old.
Yeah.
But the mother, they told me, had passed. To me, what was going on with the daughter.
I'm not sure what's going on with the screen. Hang on a second.
You have a UTI at 30,000 feet.
These are like the weirdest commercials that come up.
I mean, you know, when you're talking about Amy Hodson and Christine Alcazar, aka Christine, and then the wife of the investigator, these are the commercials that we're attracting.
UTI, Viagra, depends. Like, what's going on with these commercials?
I have no idea, man. I have no idea. Okay.
A 5-year-old.
Yeah.
But mother said, okay, well, we got to talk to somebody. And the doctor had disclosed to me what was going on with the daughter.
So she's telling Investigator Drum that the hospital had to talk to somebody. So they just told me, well, you have Mustafa begging the hospital.
An hour earlier.
You have Divine Jones calling the police department on a body cam that we have, and they're denying him access. But you have Nene and Glenn Ford allowed full access?
That doesn't make any sense.
The 5-year-old.
Yeah.
But the mother, they told me, had passed on the scene.
On the scene.
Accident.
Okay.
That's a lie.
That's a lie.
So that's all I am aware of. I was just talking to the social worker at the hospital just now, and I told her that I think somebody called me from the hospital, but it was you. And she told me go ahead and take the call.
Whoa. Did she just say, you called me from the hospital?
She said the social worker called her from the hospital.
And she thought, okay. And then she thought it was the social worker, but it was you.
Okay.
All right.
Okay. Do we know if there is family anywhere in the area?
Well, these kids, I just need to get to her phone. Everything is in her phone.
Her phone's destroyed.
Her phone is destroyed.
That's a lie.
That's a lie. Her phone is not destroyed.
Okay. Well, all the phones? Her son right here, he said she had.
How does she know she has multiple phones? All the phones?
That's a good observation. I don't know. All the phones?
Her phone's destroyed.
Her phone is destroyed. Okay. Well, all the phones? Her son right here, he said she has 2 phones.
Well, there were a lot of phones. Yeah. And I can tell you I can almost guarantee you without even turning any of them on, all the screens are cracked and broken.
Okay.
Like I said, it was a really violent crash.
Whoa.
Yeah, that's
okay. So this is the part, Hassan. Listen, he's gonna begin to tell her. I mean, listen, he's gonna begin to tell her that Mustafa is guilty.
Okay.
Listen.
That's what I heard.
So I guess I'd like to help track down some form of next of kin, because I need to get somebody up to the hospital for.
Can you go back a little bit?
The sick. I'd like to help track down. Like I said, it was a really violent crash.
Yeah, that's what I heard.
So I guess I'd like to help track down some form of next of kin, because I need to get somebody up to the hospital for the 6-year-old. Where do they know we're in?
Can you lower my headphones just a little bit? Don't lower it too much, just a little bit. Not my microphone, my headset.
Go ahead.
Okay, you lowered it too much.
We'll play it.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Any of the family members live?
Yeah, I know anywhere the family members live. No, they don't know nothing. They don't know nothing. They don't even have a cell phone. All they know is their mom and him was arguing all morning. They told me they was arguing all morning, and the last couple of days they have been.
Wait, what did she say?
I mean, what's interesting here is Glenn Ford is with her.
Mm-hmm. Put her up.
Glenn Ford is with her. He knows Divine.
That's good. That's good.
He knows Divine.
Mm-hmm.
Why didn't she just get information from Glenn Ford?
Especially when Divine is begging the police department to make contact with his kids and his 5-year-old baby.
Or
what did she say? I mean, listen to what she said.
And they don't even have a cell phone. All they know is their mom and him was arguing all morning.
His mom
and him arguing all morning.
Arguing all morning.
Where do you get that from?
the Google Nest video show there is no argument and it was a beautiful relationship. Listen.
They told me they was arguing all morning, and the last couple of days they have been in altercation. So,
we have the Google Nest. She said the past couple of days they've been in altercation. So she's just building a narrative now.
You know, I'll say this. Not only that, but you want to say that you're telling the investigator that Mustafa and Dorothy were in an altercation, that they've been arguing for the past couple of days. Yeah, you let your son sleep the night of.
I'm gonna play it.
Your son woke up on April 5th.
We're gonna play that.
And Dorothy told him, "Hey, Mom said to go home when you wake up." You let your son stay at that apartment, and you're saying here that they were in an argument that it wasn't fine. It wasn't okay. That apartment was not okay. That him and Dorothy were arguing for the past couple days and the night before.
A 9-year-old, a 10-year-old.
Why would you let your son, okay, your underage son, spend the night in that apartment if you thought that things were not okay?
Okay.
and they've been arguing all morning, and he told her that he was going to take her to go put flowers on her mom's grave, and then
he told her he was gonna take her to her mom's grave. That's what she says, right? That is his idea.
Was arguing all morning. They told me they was arguing all morning, and the last couple of days they had been in altercation. So, they've been arguing all morning, and he told her that he was going to take her to go put flowers on her mom's grave, and that's what they told the kids that they was going. They told y'all that, okay? And he told the other kids that they wanted to go. And he told them, no, y'all not going. Y'all going to stay right here. I'm just taking your mom.
Wow. There is a Google Nest video.
Wow.
There is a Google Nest video that Dorothy is the one that wants to go as her mom's anniversary. And she asked 5-year-old Empress to go with her. And she told the boys, do you want to come? Do you want to go with me? And they say, no. But what is Kim Coleman telling investigator Robert Drum? The other way around.
Unbelievable.
And Empress. And, sir, I'm going to be honest with you. I think you need to investigate this because...
I got to be honest with you, investigator. You got to investigate this. Are you kidding me here? She's dramatizing this body cam for the prosecutor. I mean, you don't think they talked before? It sounds like they've talked before. Listen.
It don't sound right.
It don't sound right. It don't sound right. Oh, we are investigating. Listen.
Your mom and Empress. And, sir, I'm going to be honest with you. I think you need to investigate this because it don't sound right.
Well, we are investigating it, and it's taken us a little bit of, like you said, it doesn't. None of this stuff works like TV, so it's going to take us a while to dig through it.
Because the kids also told me to ask you, the lead investigator that's on this.
What kids, what child, what 9-year-old, what 10-year-old, what 14-year-old says, I want to talk to, not the investigator.
The lead investigator.
A child is going to ask for the lead investigator? I don't want to talk to any investigator.
Was it the child or was it Glenn Ford that was
question.
saying, I want to talk, hey, you need to talk to the lead investigator?
Interesting.
Can they talk to the lead investigator because they want to display some stuff that they've been seeing that been going around in the house?
Like what?
Abuse.
Like
the stuff that's going on in the house. Like what? Abuse. I mean, we have the Google Nest, and it shows the beautiful relationship. So what is Nene talking about?
The same house she allowed her underage child, her 8-year-old child, to spend the night at.
Interesting.
The same house.
Interesting.
Physical abuse on what?
Physical abuse on your mom. Yeah, they're like physical abuse on them and physical abuse.
Is that Kylie in the background?
I don't know, but I mean, she says that Mustafa had just left an hour and a half ago, right? You've been with the kids these whole times, and you're acting like you're just getting this information out of these kids. You spent like 2 hours with them prior to this phone call. What kind of abuse? Oh, hey, what kind of abuse? Was it physical abuse? Oh, towards your mom? Okay, yeah, investigator jumped towards his mom. You've been with this kid for 2 hours. These kids, you've been with them for 2 hours. You allowed your underage son, okay, your 8-year-old or 7-year-old, to spend the night on April 4th into April 5th. We have a video of her son waking up in the afternoon and Dorothy telling him, hey, you should go home to your mom. She said, when you wake up, to go home. So, Tanisha, you let your son spend the night at that apartment.
She let her son, according to what she's telling investigators.
And they were there multiple days, day after day. I mean, they're all over the Google Nest. All over the Google Nest.
She tells investigator Drum. I mean, she's gonna start telling investigator Drum. She's gonna start telling him that Dorothy had came up to her and told her that Mustafa had peed on her. Well, I find that's really interesting because you let your children
once again
in that house.
You let your children in that house time and time again, all the way up to April 5th, the day of the accident. Time and time again, you let your kids spend the night.
It's not adding up.
And, not only think about it. Your child spent the night at that apartment, and you want to say that you're accusing Mustafa of doing this horrific act, and for some reason or another, you allowed your kid to spend the night at that apartment with Mustafa, who you claim is a bad person, okay? But when you talk to his mom, you say something else. You're talking to the police, you say one thing, and then your actions are a completely different thing.
I'll tell you, it's not your word against her. You have the Google Nest video that her child, her 9-year-old, her 10-year-old, is in the apartment spending their spring break at Mustafa and Dorothy's apartment. The math is not mathing. If Jessica GoFundMe is listening, I like to quote her and say, the math is not mathing.
On mom.
Okay. Where are these kids right now?
They with me in Woodbridge.
What's your address?
2920 Foxfly Drive, apartment 103.
Okay. All right, number one.
Speaking of addresses, I find it really odd that Glenn Ford immediately moved out of that apartment complex. He didn't pay his rent, and he just fled the area. And he was already pawning his stuff prior to this accident. And then Tanisha Coleman, within 2-3 days, she was out of that apartment complex.
What do you mean? When you watch the body cam that investigator Davis sat down with Glenn Ford, his whole entire apartment had no furniture.
It's empty.
It's completely empty. Now, I find it interesting and disturbing and weird that in the video that you recorded, when you and Mustafa and the rest of the family and the children were in Nini's apartment, her apartment is completely empty with no furniture. Hassan, are you listening? No furniture in her apartment, no furniture in his apartment, and now we have an audio of Glenn Ford talking about 16-year-old Kylie coming up to him and asking him, can we kill Mustafa and make it look like an accident? Well, today we have a vehicle accident, and the police department admit on a body cam that they're saying there is brake failure. I mean, Nini had no furniture. It's so weird. That is weird. I mean, talk about coincidence. I mean, when there's too many coincidences, it's not much of a coincidence.
03. This is what I'm going to do. I'm probably going to send somebody by your apartment to come by and get some information. And take and talk to the kids.
Because they all up to age.
He sent investigator Romero. Now we have evidence weaponize the kids.
The oldest is 13. The other one is 10, and the other one is 9.
Okay. So, but they're not your children. Where do they live?
They live in the next building.
And why aren't they with their? Is there any adult that's supposed to be in that apartment?
No, they left them alone by themselves. But the lady at the social worker at the hospital read me the whole statement. That he lied about everything. He told them that.
Wait. He lied about everything. Listen.
No, they left them alone by themselves. But the lady at the social worker at the hospital read me the whole statement. That he lied about everything.
The lady at the hospital read her a statement that Mustafa, and she determined that Mustafa lied about everything.
You know, I find that a lie. I don't think the hospital is going to give up any information to anybody, especially over the phone. Okay, I mean, they wouldn't even talk about Empress, not a single bit.
You know what I found really interesting?
So all of a sudden, the hospital is pouring out all this information to Tanisha Coleman because what? Like, who the hell is she?
I mean, we have the body cams and we have all the documents in the discovery.
Why would the hospital give her any information? That doesn't make any sense. Oh, are you the neighbor? Okay, let me tell you what the statement of the driver was. Let me give you what...
she determined that Mustafa lied based on what information?
I mean, the police were there. It's not like they're short of police officers. The police were there the whole night when Mustafa was there. They were doing a interrogation of Mustafa.
I mean...
And the hospital waited for you to call so that they can tell you what Mustafa said and let you investigate?
I mean, the events in this case are clear. You have... Everything's on camera, by the way.
And Robert Drum, what is he? Like, is he like he's buying all this? I mean, he's sitting there like...
That is interesting.
Is he buying that the hospital gave the neighbor all this information? This neighbor, wow, what a great... You know what? We should give you a badge, okay? Because all the work that you did, you're such a great investigator. You got all this information. Let's just give you a badge and deputize you right here and now.
Interesting.
He told them that they was going to a funeral and that they left the kids, other kids in the house with the neighbor. And that was a lie.
Wait. What?
They left the kids with the neighbor.
She's telling the investigator that Mustafa told the hospital that they were going to the funeral and that Mustafa had left the kids with the neighbor?
So why did the police knock at the apartment door? If that's the case. If Mustafa was telling them the other kids are with a neighbor, why would the police go out to the apartment and knock on the door?
Why would they not knock on the neighbor? Instead, they knock on the apartment.
First of all, you're telling us right now that they don't even know Empress's name, right? That's what the hospital is saying.
But they're giving you all this information.
But they're giving you all this information about the other kids, about the driver's statement, how he lied. He lied and said that what does the hospital know about the other kids? Number one. Okay. And I mean, the kids were left with Tanisha, right? The kids were left with her. And she's giving all this whole theory, this whole narrative about Mustafa. He lied to the hospital. The kids are saying he was abusing them. He was abusing the mom. Well, what was he doing? Oh, he was abusing your mom? Yeah, he was abusing the mom. That they were arguing. He specifically left the kids at home. And then this clown is going to leave her apartment within 2-3 days. She abandons her apartment and moves out to Maryland or wherever, somewhere really far. Her and Glenn Ford. I mean, isn't it ironic that the two people that lied all of a sudden flee the area? Like they leave everything behind. I mean, Glenn Ford didn't even pay his rent. The apartment, there's a lawsuit where the apartment complex went after him for not paying rent.
We're talking about Fox Lair?
They went after Tanisha Coleman for not paying rent. Okay? Why would you feel the need? You've been there for 3 years. Why would you feel the need all of a sudden to disappear? And that's what he said on the live TikTok. He said, I'm so far out in Maryland, nobody can find me.
That's
not
what
the
he
police,
told.
not the Commonwealth attorney. Nobody can find me. I'm so deep in Maryland, nobody can find me.
That's what he told the private investigator.
Why would you think that nobody could? Why would you even feel the need to say nobody could find me? What are you running away from?
Well, 2 years later, now he's being subpoenaed by Commonwealth Amy Ashworth because everything's on the table.
What are you running away from? What are you running away from? What have you done in the Mustafa case? What have you done that you feel the need to run away? What have you done? You already said someone asked you to kill Mustafa. Now the real question is, did you act on it? Did you act on it? Another time he said he was walking up onto your van. He said he was walking up to your van and he was so close.
He had 2 people with him. He said, with Amy Hodson. He's on her live and he's telling her,
I'm right next to his van. I'm about to do it. I'm going to do it.
I'm about to cause physical damage.
And she says, Glenn,
physical
don't do it,
harm.
Glenn.
And
don't
she's
do
like,
it.
no, I'm glad you didn't do it, Glenn.
I'm glad you didn't do it. What were you going to do, Glenn? What exactly were you going to do to Mustafa's brother?
The question is why? Why is Mustafa brother?
So violent, like to
stopped.
So violent to say I'm next to his van.
And he's asking me if I can watch the kids. And the reason why I think he came home in the first place was to get the kid out of his hair. So he can run and be on the run or whatever.
He doesn't have any hair. Just saying.
Well, so he won't have responsibility to kids. So he threw them on somebody else. So he can.
That's what Glenn Ford. That's what Glenn Ford is saying.
What his next move?
Right, because you and Nene were not strangers to the children. You just didn't know Mustafa. That's all. Or his family.
I know who he was. Yeah, I know who he was, but he didn't know who I was.
Listen to what he just said. I know who he was, but he didn't know who I was. Wait a minute. The whole theory of the case is that the Commonwealth attorney is saying that Mustafa is a jealous boyfriend. Right? Isn't that what she's saying? Well, how could he be a jealous boyfriend and did this, and that he intentionally did this on purpose if he doesn't even know you?
You know what's really interesting?
Does that even make sense?
You know what's really interesting is Tanisha Coleman, Glenn Ford, and Amy Hodson, all 3 of them had the same exact lie to the police. Okay? They told the police that Mustafa was trying to get rid of the kids because, number one, these 3 individuals, they weren't there with Mustafa. All they saw, all Glenn Ford and Tanisha Coleman saw was Mustafa at her door with these kids. So Glenn Ford, Tanisha Coleman, and Amy Hodson assumed that the kids were already with Mustafa. And that's the funny thing, is that these 3 individuals, when they lied to the police, they all said the same lie. All 3 of them are saying he's trying to get rid of the kids so he can run away. Little did they know the kids were not with Mustafa. He actually came to the apartment complex to check on the kids. Okay? And then he went to Tanisha Coleman's apartment. But the fact that all 3 of them had the same lie tells you that the 3 of these individuals conspired, talked about it prior to going to the police. Because you're getting 3 statements from 3 different individuals and they all carry the same lie. What are the odds? Amy Hodson, who's 3 hours away in Locust Grove, is telling the police he dropped off the kids so he can make his next move. She doesn't know that the kids weren't with Mustafa. Tanisha Coleman doesn't know that the kids weren't with Mustafa, and Glenn Ford doesn't know. So all 3 of them, in their statements to the police, are saying he's trying to get rid of the kids so that he can flee, so that he can remove this weight off his shoulder. Interesting. The kids were not with him. Newsflash to the 3 liars. The kids were not with him. Okay? The kids were at the apartment. Mustafa came back to check on them. But thank you for being caught in your own lie. Those 3 individuals clearly conspired together prior to going to the police.
And specifically, they want to come off like they're independent individuals that don't know each other. And that's why Kim Coleman says, what does she say? That she only know Dorothy for 3 weeks?
For 3 weeks. What a lie.
But Glenn Ford on a live says otherwise, that she's like his sister.
You know, something else is, if you just met somebody for 3 weeks, you're really going to let your 8-year-old spend the night?
Interesting.
With somebody that, number one, you claim Mustafa, that Dorothy had confided in you, that Mustafa had peed on her in the shower. And then you say that this is an abusive household. And you've only known them for 3 weeks. And you let your 8-year-old spend the night? You let your underage children go there all the time, unsupervised by an adult next to Mustafa?
We have a Google Nest video of the whole thing.
Where these kids are running up and down the hall. In this apartment. They're jumping all over the master bedroom.
That's crazy.
Playing with Mustafa.
That's crazy.
Without another adult supervising them. And you're telling me that you allowed your kids to go into that apartment. What a wonderful mother you are.
All right.
Kids was in the house by themselves.
How old are the kids?
Or you're
I
lying.
just told you, 13, 10.
Or you're lying.
You're lying.
Clearly, I don't think any normal parent would leave their kids out of their sight if they thought this was an abusive household, if you thought the guy was crazy enough to pee on his girlfriend, or if you thought that this guy abuses his girlfriend, abuses the kids. Not a single parent in this world would leave their child unattended, especially with people like that. I can't imagine leaving my child with anybody. Anybody. Even people that I trust. I would never leave my child out of my sight. Let alone let them go to somebody's house and spend the night. Get the hell out of here.
Yes, I apologize. I've been awake for 19 hours, so I'm trying to... 13, 10, and 9. What are the names of the children?
Imagine.
Is that the 13-year-old?
No, that's the 10-year-old.
Wondering if the traffic accident you were involved in a year ago is even worth pursuing? Chances are, it could...
And then Pharaoh, like the King Pharaoh, is the 9-year-old. And Javen is the 13-year-old.
And they all have the last name of Fontaine?
What's your last name, mate? Fontaine, yeah.
All of them?
All of y'all last name Fontaine? Javen is Horton.
Okay. And the kids are safe right now?
Yeah, they with me. I know these kids.
Okay. My question to you is what would you like us to... We're going to try and find next of kin.
I know they said Dad was abusive. When I told them that I was going to, try to go on Facebook and find Dad.
I know they said Dad was abusive. That's what she tells the investigator. I mean...
Wait, I thought you only know Dorothy for 3 weeks. I mean, that's a lot of information to just...
I think just keep playing.
They all broke down and cried and said, no, he broke Mom's nose. We were sleeping on the floor. He beat
broke
us.
Mom's
And
nose.
please don't call my...
She said no. They said that Dad broke Mom's nose. That he lets them sleep on the floor.
Dad, and the mom got several restraining orders on Dad.
Okay.
Because of abuse. And she told me out her own mouth that he was abusive the other night when she talked to me.
Define abusive.
Like broke her nose. She couldn't go nowhere. Through the...
She's talking about the ex-husband. The ex-husband is abusive, blah, 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 blah. She goes into the whole...
Why the kids don't want to go back to their dad. That's what she's telling him. But, what's funny is, what does Robert Drum do? He takes that information and he puts all that information...
As Mustafa.
And that's why he says in his warrant, the extensive domestic violence in the apartment. The domestic violence between Mustafa, Dorothy, and her kids. That's a lie. That's 100% a lie. I mean, she's describing the ex-husband, the kid's dad. Their biological dad.
We have the reports from Divine Jones, between Divine Jones and Dorothy. I mean, there's a history.
Robert Drum never describes in his report that Tanisha Coleman was talking about the biological dad. He never distinguishes that. He says everything Tanisha Coleman told him, he applies it to Mustafa Al-Jazari.
You know how bad this is?
And what do? They sealed this body cam so that nobody could find out what was told, what was said. They just want to muddy up the water and say, this is the information we got, okay? And that's what's in the report. But we're going to seal this information and take our word for it.
The kids, took one of the kids and everything.
Okay, well, this is what I'm going to do. Miss Kim, what's your last name?
Coleman.
Gomez?
Yes, Coleman.
Oh, Coleman.
Uh-huh.
Okay, I'm going to have somebody swing by. We're going to try and track down next to kin.
They try to call Derek. What's your uncle name? Your mom's brother's name. Derek. I think his name is Derek. It's not Fontaine. It's Horton.
Where does he live?
Do you know your uncle? They don't even know their uncle. That's the problem. They don't know nothing. They met him one time and that was it.
Okay.
At their little sister recital or something. They don't even know him. They said if they walk past him today or tomorrow, they probably wouldn't even identify him.
All right, so the kids right now are at 2920 Fox Lair, number 103.
Yes.
Okay. All right, let me start making some phone calls.
They don't even know the uncle. Look, he says the kids are saying they don't even know the uncle. If they walk past him, they wouldn't even recognize him. And then you have Derek come on Fox 5, like he really cares about his sister, you know.
What do you mean? I have the body cam of Derek when he's talking to the police. The police are telling him these kids have nowhere to go. And in the middle of the conversation, well, Derek is telling the police, I don't care about the kids. I don't want to deal with the kids. These kids are damaged. That's what he's telling the police. That's what Derek is telling the police.
I mean, it's really sad.
I mean, and then the ex-husband calls Divine Jones, and he's begging the police to be next to his kids. He wants his kids, and the police push him away. They don't let him anywhere near his kids, and are begging Derek. And Derek is like, I got to talk to my wife. I don't want to have anything to do with the kids. These kids are damaged. I mean, it's weird. And then he goes on Fox 5 and then lie to the community. He says, my sister was on the phone and she was telling her friend that Mustafa was crashing the car on purpose.
How the hell do you know? You live in another state. The kids are saying they wouldn't recognize you if you're standing in front of them. And he wants to say on Fox 5 that his sister was on the phone with a friend begging for help. Bullshit.
And then a dash camera comes out. She was never on the phone. You lied. You just lied to the community. You lied to everybody.
Now the real question is, did he lie or was he lied to?
That's a good question.
Because we don't see the police come out and correct anything. We don't see the prosecutors come out and correct anything. They just left it out there that this man is accused of driving his car into oncoming traffic, and the victim, who's his girlfriend, was on the phone calling for help as this whole thing was happening. And the prosecutors and police let it play out.
What do you mean?
And you want to talk about the Commonwealth attorney says to the judge, Your Honor, we're not going to have a fair trial. The Commonwealth attorney can't have a fair trial if the family's out there on social media talking about Mustafa Al-Jazari's case. Well, if you want a fair trial, you shouldn't be tarnishing somebody's name, depriving him from his own discovery, depriving him from defending himself, and then tarnishing his name all over the media. You want to talk about a fair trial?
We're trying to do some digging. We've tried looking up Fontaines, and I'm finding Fontaines at a whole bunch of different places.
What's your sister name? Because he got access to a lot of things. The police officer do. So we don't have access to a lot of stuff. They give. What's your sister's name? Ava Clark. Ain't Connie Clark?
How old's your sister?
How old is Ava? 17. And then how old is the other sister? They not here, sir. They was removed from the home and they live with their dad. It's two other oldest girls, but they was removed from the home and was put in dad's custody.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna send somebody by here, and we're gonna have to start figuring this out because I'm sure you're not prepared to take care of 3 kids for an extended period of time.
The trade success rate is 80%. If that sounds unbelievable, I totally get it. But
they okay. I've been knowing them for a while.
So are they good for tonight?
I've been knowing them for a while.
Is that what she said?
Yeah. I mean, I thought she said she only known Dorothy for 3 weeks.
But they okay. I've been knowing them for a while.
So are they good for tonight?
Are they good for however long they want to stay?
Okay. All right. Well, I'm going to send somebody by to talk about the abuse that the kids are talking about and figure out what was going on today. And like I said, we're still working the crash stuff and trying to track down next of kin. But this is my work cell phone number.
Okay.
If you guys find names or whatever, you can shoot me a text. Like I said, we're going to start trying to do some digging, okay?
Yeah. Can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
Was other people hurt?
So there was a driver from another vehicle, Mr. Mustafa.
Yeah, Moses. I don't know him. I know him as Moses.
So he was going one direction on Dumfries Road,
and
then the Suburban was going the opposite direction on Dumfries Road, and Moses crossed over into oncoming traffic.
Yep. And he fucking intentionally did this shit, dog.
What she just tell her?
Suburban was going the opposite direction on Dumfries Road, and Moses crossed over into oncoming traffic.
Yep. And he fucking intentionally did this shit, dog.
And he intentionally did this shit. She said, and he intentionally did this shit.
Interesting.
And Moses crossed over into oncoming traffic.
Yep. And he fucking intentionally did this shit, dog. It's just okay.
So we'll figure this out, and we'll go from there. But like I said, one thing at a time, and I'll send somebody out to come take a report. Okay?
Yes, sir. I just hope y'all get his ass bored for this. That bad.
I mean, how did you get all of that in 2 minutes?
No, hold on.
How did you come to that conclusion in 2 minutes?
You're telling me they haven't analyzed the data recorder. They haven't analyzed the scene when they scan it with the scanner and all that. They haven't looked at it. They haven't talked to any of the kids. They haven't gotten a statement from Mustafa. They haven't gotten a statement from him. But somehow, merely, 3 hours after he was released from the hospital, you've determined that he's intentionally did this shit? That you've determined that information? And Robert Drum tells her, oh, he just went into oncoming traffic. How do you know? How do you know that?
Specifically, when on a body cam, he says there are 4 accidents that happened the same exact way that he personally investigated on that road. He said 4 vehicles ended up on the other side of the road. I mean,
look, it's very, very clear. I mean, we're looking at this 7, 8, 9 hours after the accident happened, and you look at. Let's not look at 9 hours. Let's look at 30 minutes into the car accident. And Robert Drum has already determined this was definitely Mustafa's fault. He did this intentionally, and he's an abusive person. That this was domestic violence. And by the way, before looking at the dash cam, and he hasn't seen the dash cam here. He hasn't seen anything yet. They haven't looked at anything yet. Okay? And they've already determined within the first 30 minutes of this accident that once they saw the name Mustafa Al-Jazari, and Casey Fines tells them that's who Mustafa is. Okay? Once he found out that this is the guy that sued the police, the narrative began. That's it. The story began, and whatever information that is all around, they have to shape it to match their narrative. That's really the truth. You look at the body cams, that's what it shows. The first 30 minutes, they've already determined we have to get this guy off the road. We have to get our ducks in a row to get this man off the streets. They've already determined that first 30 minutes. They haven't talked to Mustafa. They haven't talked to the other driver. They haven't looked at the data recorder from the Suburban or Mustafa. They haven't seen the dash cam. They have maybe a squirrel jumped on the windshield and the accident happened. Maybe his tire popped. Who knows? But they've already determined. Drum has already determined that Mustafa should be guilty, and that we're going to find the evidence. We're going to shape the evidence into Mustafa being guilty.
Yep. Shape the evidence.
And if it exonerates him, if this is a brake failure, we're just going to exclude it.
I mean, the prosecutor in court says there is nothing wrong with Mustafa's vehicle. Her voice is on the internet. And what do we watch on a body cam? Brake failure.
Forget the body cam. It's on a written report.
It's on a written report.
That there is brake failure, and the police specifically say, we cannot determine the cause of this failure, this brake failure. We cannot determine the cause. So how can the prosecutor definitively say in court, there was nothing wrong with the car? You look at the data recorder, he's on the brake the entire time. The Suburban never hit the brake. She never reacted. And the first thing Investigator Davis tells the other driver, ma'am, you have nothing to worry about. You have absolutely nothing to worry about. I mean, you know, they want to exclude the severity of this accident. It's a T-bone, okay? So if his vehicle lost control because of brake failure and another car struck him, you can't just say that all of this was his fault. It's brake failure. It's out of his control. The Suburban T-boned him at full speed.
Where was he supposed to go? There's nowhere to go. A vehicle blocked him on the right. You can't go straight. And my favorite part is when the prosecutor says that he veered into oncoming traffic. No, he did not.
The police say that
the vehicle ends up in oncoming traffic because he hit the brake, the vehicle doesn't stop, and there's nowhere to go.
And the police say that he never attempted to avoid a car accident. That's a freaking lie, because if your wheel is turned left, okay, you just crossed all the oncoming cars, and then a vehicle from the oncoming traffic turns into you. Yeah, you were trying to avoid a vehicle accident.
And there's brake marks. There's brake mark before the vehicle ended up on the other side. There's brake mark on the, but and it's consistent with the brake failure because only 2 calipers worked and the other 2 did not work. And then what did investigator Robert Drum and Chad Mason say? There are no brake marks. There is pictures in the discovery of Mustafa brake marks. And Mustafa travel path. How do you know this is Mustafa brake marks? Because in the dash camera, you can clearly see Mustafa's travel path because the dash camera shows the outside and the inside. So in Mustafa travel path, you can see there were no brake marks, but those brake marks are taken by Robert Drum's Nokia camera. But they want to seal it and lie about that there is no brake marks. Well, we have the pictures and the Mustafa Al-Jazari file.
Not only that, but even the witness says, I heard his brake skid. That's what she says. I heard his brake skid.
But prosecutor Sarah Sami tells the judge there are no witnesses in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case that say they heard brake marks.
Yeah,
brake skids.
There's no witnesses because Robert Drum has coached any witness that says anything otherwise. He's
on
already
body
coached them.
cam. On body cam.
On the body cam, he coached it.
You know, they had nothing to do with what they got going on.
I know. Like I said, it
Got nothing to do with none of that they got going on. And then she had to go through this, man. Y'all got to do everything. She got 3 boys right here.
No, we're working on it. I promise.
Oh, he's working on it already.
He's working on it. Do you see that he's giving her the impression? He's telling her Mustafa is guilty.
He doesn't say we're investigating how this accident happened. Who knows how this accident could have happened? He doesn't say that. He says, no, yeah, whatever you're saying, I got you. Yeah, we're gonna pin it on this guy one way or another. Forget what the evidence shows. Forget what reality is. We're gonna make sure we pin this charge on him.
Yes, ma'am. All right, bye.
Have you noticed that nowhere on this body cam does Kim Coleman tell Investigator Drum that Dorothy had told her that Mustafa had peed on her? I mean, that's a very interesting observation. When does she begin to tell Investigator Drum that Mustafa that Dorothy had told her that Mustafa peed on her? In the second body cam, 2 days after the accident. I mean, you're telling Investigator Drum that Mustafa is abusive. You're giving him all this piece of information, and you're not giving him the most important piece of information that Dorothy had told you. But then you say it 2 days later.
I mean, that's
wait a minute. That's a very interesting observation. And then when you see, well, let's listen to the other body cam.
I'll be right back.
Okay, we're gonna take a break.
Yeah.
And let's take a break.
Oh, yeah. You want me to
Yeah, if you can put on the exhibit. Let me add actually everybody too, so that way everybody can. Hang on. Let's see. There we go. Can you guys hear me? Missy, Tracy, Dre, can you guys hear me? I think everybody fell asleep.
I'm still awake.
Is that Missy?
Yes.
Missy, hello. Mother, hello. Okay.
Hello.
So you guys are on the screen, and we're gonna... Bustos, hello.
I'm still awake.
Okay, so we just went through the first body cam with Kim Coleman, and a very interesting observation is she never told Robert Drum that Dorothy had told her that Mustafa peed on her. And that's a very interesting observation. Wouldn't you think that would be the first thing you would say? It would. It would definitely be the first thing you would say if it actually happened. Now, we have a body cam, a Google Nest video, where Nene is allowing her 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, to spend their spring break the day of the accident, the day before, and the day before, and the day before. I mean, we have Google Nest video inside the apartment. And the question is, what mother would allow her 9-year-old, her 10-year-old to be in Mustafa's apartment, especially if the girlfriend is telling you that he peed on her? Does that make sense? It
doesn't make much sense.
Exactly. So we're going to play this video, and when we come back...
Who's that?
When we come back, we'll talk about it.
Christina, I want to tell you that
God bless you. You always have Christina.
I need you to do this for me. I got
You will never be because you are so good.
Hold on.
Christine, Otera. How he calls you?
How are you, Mama?
Habibti. I'm watching Amar and Mohammed and doing a great job with this equipment. I want to tell you, God bless you. From my bottom, from my heart.
Put it on this camera.
We love you. We will never forget what you did for Mustafa to bring the truth. You are an angel. I swear. Yeah. I don't know what to say more. There are a lot. Like I want to say it to you, but I don't know. I'm praying for you. I swear. I love you, Christine. I love you. God bless you. God bless you. God bless you, and I pray the angel protect you while you are driving, while you are everywhere.
Thank you, Mama. I love you too.
I love you, Habibti.
You know, we have to get Mustafa's story out there.
God bless you. God bless you.
Actually, this system is amazing. It really is.
Yeah, I see that. I see. It has a lot of feature. Like you are doing a great. I swear by, like this equipment is gonna it is gonna expose them and bring the truth. Okay.
It's going to do it even more because how he can bring the video into the live and show both of them at the same time. That's
huge.
I see that. Like, yeah, this is really like good, like very nice program, like very nice, and it will like shows more like and more clear.
Oh, it makes a big difference.
Make big difference.
The sound quality is good. The video quality of
and the future.
how it goes in and out and plays videos and does all of that. It's amazing.
It's gonna make difference. Yes, I'm proud of you, Christine. God bless you. Bless you. You are the one. Like you are the one.
I mean, it's not just from me, in my opinion. It's from all of us who are supporting Mustafa.
I appreciate it.
It's not just from me. In my heart, I don't consider it just from me. I consider it from everybody.
God bless you all. God bless.
We love you, Christine.
And I will never forget Missy, like that song.
Yeah.
Like I will never forget that. Love you, Missy. I swear from my body.
I love you too, Mama. And that came from the bottom of my heart.
God bless you. Like you are right people. Okay.
We are all here for you.
I don't know. There are a lot to say, like to appreciate you guys, and I'm I don't know how to say like more, but in my heart, it's in my inside me.
We need for you to stay healthy.
Yeah, and you don't need to say more. You always are very, very grateful.
To be honest
very
with you,
thankful.
if I tell you what's going on with me, I swear you will start crying. I have the dizziness, and if I move my head, like I feel dizzy like that. Like if I just move it to the right, to the left, if I just like that's what I'm facing. My feet, like when I don't know, I have difficulty breathing. I'm not healthy.
You need to take care of yourself.
I know it's hard because of everything. I mean, that's got to take a toll on you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We pray for you, Mama.
Thank you, Harriet. Thank you. God bless all of you. God bless you for like reporting the truth. Mustafa is innocent, and Robert Drum, the way he framed Mustafa, the way he made like
he's guilty.
Yeah, with his wife, with this Amy Hudson.
It's horrible.
And Glenn Ford. I think I was watching now. I was watching Ammar and Mohammed, and the way Robert Drum was talking to this Nini, I think they talked before, and they prepare how to talk. You know,
I agree.
To record that
video.
They recorded, and I think they recorded, and they played. You know.
Yeah.
Yeah. They play. They made a plane for it. Okay. And they did it. They thought they're gonna go away with it. Okay. Yeah.
Well, they didn't get away with nothing.
I think everyone is smart. Will figure them out when listen to that whatever we watch now. Yeah.
Well, you have wonderful sons that have really put work in.
Honestly, I want to tell you, Christina, I want to tell you, like Mohammed and Ammar and Abraham, my kids, like their time was only for studying. They never like spent their time for anything in life. They studied a lot.
You can tell.
and like they studied all kind of subjects. Like
they're
I know you've got some smart kids for
they're
sure.
well educated.
They took a lot of, and they watch. Also, they use and like they are smart in the history. They are smart. Like they watch. They used to watch like a program, TV, something like to educate. Like they are educated.
Yeah.
Like Robert Drum he thought like
they have learning ability.
Yeah.
They're good at it.
Robert Drum thought like Mustafa is like someone he can like play with his life, But I hope, God willing, this is going to help other people.
Oh, yeah, for sure it is.
Mustafa's situation, Mustafa's case is going to help a lot of people. So this kind of tyrant like Robert Drum will stop playing our and other people's life, not just Mustafa.
Mama, I love you.
Yeah.
I love everybody. We are back.
Yep, it's big what you guys are going through, but it really is it's already saved lives. I know it has.
I love everybody. Thank you for being
we'll
here.
Save more.
We say, inshallah, God willing, Robert Drum, and similar to Robert will stop corrupting like people life.
Order. Court is in session. I love everybody. Mama, I love you. Bustos, Missy, Tracy, and Char.
Casey. I'm proud of
we
Casey.
have Casey streaming.
I'm proud of Casey and Char. Always like
Facebook.
that. Always for Mustafa.
I love everybody. We're gonna continue doing the going through the body cams. Mama, it's I'll tell you, this is really interesting.
Yeah.
We listened to this body cam, and one observation, very important observation, is that Kim Coleman is not talking to Robert Drum about what she says that Dorothy had came up to her and confided in her that Mustafa had peed on her. That Mustafa is this abusive person, that he peed on his girlfriend. Well, that's interesting that you're nowhere on this body cam telling investigator Drum the most important. I mean, wouldn't that be the most important thing?
Amar, I want to say something to everybody. How come that night when Mustafa, when we brought Mustafa from hospital and took him to the kids, how come when we saw her, I was asking her, I was telling her, who's going to be for these kids? This was my question.
You're talking about the phone
swear.
call? You're talking about the phone call that you had with
No,
Nini?
not the phone call. The phone call later.
Uh-huh.
But the same night, Amar.
Yeah.
The same night when we came back from the hospital, when Mustafa forced us to take him to the kids to check on them. When I saw Nini, I swear in my kids, I asked this lady, I asked her, I told her, who's gonna be for these kids? She raised her head, her face to the sky and said, God and Moses. Because she know Moses took care of the kids.
So you asked Nini, Kim Coleman, the neighbor, who's gonna be there for the kids? And she tells you the only two people that are gonna be there for the kids is God and Mustafa.
Yep.
Okay, so let me okay, and this is the night of the vehicle accident.
When Mustafa came from the hospital.
Before Nini talks to investigator Drum, that's what she's telling you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, let me ask you a question. Are you getting subpoenaed by Amy Ashworth, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth?
Yeah.
You are?
Yeah. I think, I don't know that she, I don't know, but like that's what I that night I heard from Nini saying when I asked her.
No. Are you getting a subpoena by Commonwealth Amy Ashworth? Did she send out a subpoena?
I think so.
Okay, so you do have a subpoena. So you're going to be in court.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Okay, good.
That's,
we have
in my
audio.
opinion,
we have a phone call that we will play on this live. That in this phone call, she's telling the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari.
Yeah.
That Mustafa is the best thing that happened to Dorothy's kids. Is the best thing that happened to Dorothy. Mustafa loved Dorothy. Loved the kids. We have that phone call.
Yeah.
Now,
and
why is your voice louder than mine? Are you playing with the volume?
No, man. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think I wanna say something. When I asked
my
her
brother is laughing. Is there any way you can lower her volume? I'm being serious. Like, you're in control of the volume. Can you lower her volume?
I could.
Like,
Look, Amar. I think
I'm about to block and mute everybody.
Amar, I think that night, I think, in my opinion, that night was before Glenford coach Nini.
Your headphones on.
Before he coached Nini. Okay. to talk against Mustafa.
Maybe I had PTSD from Amy Hudson.
This is my opinion. I think that night looks like Linford.
I'm in control of the volume, so I can lower it here. I can't lower anybody's volume. Like, this is depressing. At least when I was talking to Al-Qazai, I'd rather talk to Al-Qazai than have this conversation right now, because when I'm talking to Al-Qazai, I can just lower the volume. Right now, I can't lower anything.
Yeah, you can.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, everybody can hear you. Your thing is the loudest.
Mama, can you hear me?
You better be nice to your mother right now.
Man,
Is that
I'm her favorite child. Okay.
Don't make me have to spank you.
Man, I'm about to, like, I'll tell you, if I can't lower anybody's volume, why are you increasing everybody's volume?
I'm not.
Really? Okay. All right. I feel like Muhammad is messing with me. Okay. Thank you for, we are back on this podcast. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam, Judge Carol Weimer under the microscope. Mama, I love you.
And
Thank you
Amara's
for
sorry
being here.
about being mean to mommy.
Huh? What happened?
And Amara's sorry for being mean to mama.
I'll tell you, if I don't get like the child of the year for
You quit picking on her.
being out here and doing, I've got a whole county coming after me for
You can pick on us, not her.
man, I'll tell you. What we're gonna do is we're gonna go
Let's just
through
block all of us.
we're gonna go through the second body cam. And the disturbing detail, I'll tell you, Missy, the disturbing detail that we're finding in the discrepancies in Nini, the neighbor, is that she's not telling the main investigator about what Dorothy had told her. And that is disturbing. I mean, that doesn't disturb anybody. You don't think that's alarming? I mean, if I was Nini, that would be the first thing I would tell the investigator. That's weird. Now, when you find out that the children of Nini are spending their spring break over at Mustafa's apartment, that she's having phone call conversation with the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari, telling her that Mustafa they have the best relationship. He has the best relationship with Dorothy and the kids. You sure find holes in this neighbor story. There's holes all over her story. She's lying about Mustafa.
I mean, it should be easily disproven based on these Google Nest videos.
Exactly. I mean, based on the Google Nest videos, you see it's a beautiful relationship.
But the police and the Commonwealth Attorney want nothing to do with these videos.
Well,
they're scared of them.
They're scared of them. What I find really disturbing is that there is a door.
They're scared of evidence.
I mean, Nini tells investigator Robert Drum that these kids are terrified from Mustafa. These kids are saying that Mustafa is abusive. And she dramatizes how she's asking the kid, does he abuse you? And she's telling investigator Drum, yes. Does he, is he abusive? And then she's asking the kids in real time as she's on the phone with Robert Drum. I mean, that's what she's doing, right? Well, explain to me.
You know what a lawyer told me?
What?
After looking at these videos, he said, if Mustafa did not have these videos, his life is gone. All these accusations, you got Glenn Ford, Amy Hudson, Tanisha Coleman, all these people saying these negative things about you. And he says these videos practically saved his life. Because,
for sure.
Because the reality is 180 degrees from what they're saying about him. Nothing that they're saying about him matches. Nothing.
They have to keep on because they are afraid of going to jail, to prison.
I mean, what I find really disturbing is you have Nini paint Mustafa as a monster to investigate within 2.5 hours of Mustafa and the family being at the apartment. And you have a Ring camera. This is a Ring camera. That the first thing the kids do when the police knock on the door is they run to Mustafa, not their mother. They run to Mustafa, then they ask for their mother. I mean, does these kids look like they're scared of Mustafa? But Kim Coleman is painting Mustafa as a monster, and these kids are scared of Mustafa. Let's play the body cam. So here, this is the day of the accident. This is 6:54. Mustafa is being helicoptered to the hospital. Mustafa is in a coma, and the police identify. They know where the kids. They identify everything. So they go to the apartment and they knock on the door. And the first thing the kids do is ask for Mustafa, not their mother. They run to Mustafa before they run to their mother. And then they ask about their mother.
Exactly. If you want to say there was all these arguments that Mustafa had told these kids they can't come with him, that he specifically took Empress and took Dorothy to commit this crime, that this is an abusive household, why are these kids asking for Moses? Why are they asking for Mustafa?
Well, maybe.
I mean, if I'm abusing you, okay, all day, all night, I've been abusing you for the past couple days, and then I leave, and the police knock on the door, are you going to pick up the phone and call me?
No. Absolutely not.
I mean, based on what Kim Coleman was saying, she's saying that this is an abusive household, that Mustafa specifically told these kids they're not coming with him. Okay? Why would they call out to Mustafa? It's because they lied about him. Kim Coleman lied about Mustafa.
I mean, Mohammed, we saw the nature of the phone call between investigator Robert Drum and Nini. They're accusing Mustafa that he intentionally did this. What do you think they're telling the kids? What do you think Nini is telling the kids? What do you think Glenn Ford, the ex-boyfriend that's sitting with Nini in the same apartment, telling and coaching these kids? He's weaponizing those kids against Mustafa. I mean, one of the children is saying that Glenn Ford is running around showing a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, a 14-year-old pictures of the condition of his sister.
And you know, and this is not like, you know, when people think he's showing a picture of Empress. You know, when the hospital attempts to rescue somebody, that you got all these devices on the body, you have incisions, and it's a scary look. Okay? And I think that's why the hospital told Glenn Ford that the kids should not come into this room. They should not look at their sister in this state. It's because they still had all these devices on her from attempting to rescue her. So what does Glenn Ford do?
He takes a picture.
What a nasty thing to do. You know, what a nasty thing to do. To take a picture of their loved one, their little sister, in that state, and to show them that picture. Like, you know, what do you get out of it? What are you getting out of it? Why would you do that to these children? The hospital is telling you that this is not good for the kids' mental health. They should not see their sister in that state. And he does the opposite. He takes a picture.
I mean, he's weaponizing the kids. I mean, it's obvious. I mean,
he takes that picture, he shows it to them, and he tells the kids, this is what Moses did to your sister. Okay? He left the scene of the accident. Okay? And he left your sister to die. And he's showing them that picture. What a disgusting thing to do.
The cops are here. Moses. The cops are here.
Moses. The cops are here. They call for Moses.
The cops are here. The cops are here. Moses. The cops are here. The cops are here.
And then they asked for their mother.
Mom, the cops are here. Alice. It's outside.
So this body cam, if it shows anything, it shows that those kids loved Mustafa, but only when they interact with Nene and the ex-boyfriend and they're left in their apartment. They get weaponized. And then you throw the police working with those individuals to build a narrative that, hey, he did this to your mom. He left your 5-year-old baby sister in the car, ran away. They're lying. I mean, Mustafa was in the hospital.
You know, I think Glenn Ford was doing that at the apartment complex because you can see the first thing he did was he took Javen out into the darkness, into the dark parking lot. Okay, that's the first thing he did. And Javen came back like a little bit, you know, he was like uneasy when he came back with Glenn Ford. And even Tanisha Coleman, Kim Coleman tells him, where are you taking him? On video, you can see it. She says, where are you taking him? I think she knew what Glenn Ford was up to that night. And she didn't want it to happen while we were there. Because, clearly she allowed it after we left. This weaponizing, this abusing.
I mean, have you noticed that the only person that haven't been on the internet is Kim Coleman? Kyle is on the internet. Amy Hodgson's on the internet. The wife of the investigator is on the internet. Glenn Ford's the only person who's not there is Kim Coleman. Interesting, right? Let's play her second body cam.
Thinking about a hair transplant? Try Hims instead. It contains both finasteride
Thinking about
and
a
minoxidil.
hair,
Clinically,
isn't that what Al-Khuzai told me yesterday? I don't understand this.
I think
One commercial is for
YouTube was listening to you.
I think YouTube.
They're listening to your conversations.
I mean, I have interesting witnesses in this case.
So then the detective came and
So this is
You
a
gotta hold
body
it up.
cam. When is this body cam? This is a body cam that's what day is this?
This is 2 days later.
2 days later.
11 in the morning.
So 2 days later, she comes to the revelation that Mustafa's girlfriend came up to her.
So someone has to go check on it right now.
Zane, come and get this dog.
Sure.
How are the kids doing? Kim?
This is a phone call. This is a video of a phone call conversation between Kim Coleman, the neighbor, and Robert Drum.
Yes. Hey, Miss Kim, it's Investigator Drum with the County Crash Unit. How are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. How are the kids doing?
I'm fine. Me and the uncle came after he left the hospital yesterday from seeing the little girl. He called me and asked me can he come and see them because they really don't know them. And so I told him yes. So he came up here. He was up here. So then the detective came, and then the Department of Social Service man came, so they could talk to the kids. And they asked us, can we take them to the Children Advocate Center across the street from the precinct on Cartner Drive? And we ended up taking them there for about a good 15 minutes because they're going to sit down and talk to them.
Okay.
And that's where they at now. So we took them yesterday so they get a view of what's going to happen.
Okay.
And so they get comfortable. So he ended up, I couldn't go this morning with them because my kids,
Gotcha.
they fine. But he came and picked them up, and that's where they at now.
Okay. I wanted to ask you a couple questions if you got a minute.
Uh-huh.
Okay, so how long have you known Miss Dorothy?
I think I met her March the 15th.
March 15th. So that would mean the accident happened in April 5th. So you're talking about 3 weeks.
That's a lie.
That is absolutely a lie. I
looked up her record. She's been there for over 2 years in that apartment complex. Okay, and when Glenn Ford exits his apartment, her door's on the left. I mean, you can't leave your apartment unless you pass by Kim Coleman's apartment.
I mean, doesn't Glenn Ford went on Christine Alcuzai, aka Amy Hodson, live on TikTok and said that he known her for, and that's, what did he say? She's like a sister to him?
He said he's known her for so long that she's like a sister to him.
Interesting.
But think of this. She's been there for over 2 years. I mean, I looked it up. He's been there like from before 2022. And he told the police that Dorothy lived with him from January until November, the end of November of 2022. So almost 11 months, almost 12 months before he kicked her out. You're telling me that you have to when you leave your apartment, you can't leave your apartment until you pass by Kim Coleman's door. And you're telling me that Dorothy lived with him, with all these kids, for an entire year. And they never came across Tanisha Coleman, who he says is like a sister to him. The kids never played with Kim Coleman's kids. His kid never played with Kim Coleman's kids. We know that's a lie.
Interesting. Well, the question is why? Why is she coming off?
And the body cam prior, she said she's known them for a while. Isn't that what she said? Mm-hmm. When he says, "Are they going to be okay?" She says, "Oh, it's okay."
That's what she said.
I've known them for a while.
That's exactly what she said. I've known the kids for a while.
I mean, investigator, why are you not investigating all these red flags, all these contradictory statements?
Interesting.
And yet he's still, I think they're acting. Honestly, I think Robert Drum and Kim Coleman are talking prior to this body cam recording. They're talking about what they're going to say, what he's going to ask her. Okay. And then they're like, okay, let's go live. And then he starts recording on his body. I wouldn't find it hard to believe, to be honest with you. I wouldn't find it hard to believe.
I think their cell phone should be subpoenaed. The communication, the phone call record between the investigator and Kim Coleman, Glenn Ford, Amy Hodson, Kylie. The cell phones communication should be subpoenaed. Email communication should be subpoenaed. Text messages should be subpoenaed. And I think you're going to find something there.
I think Robert Drum's phone should definitely be subpoenaed, as well as Sarah Sammy. And I think Robert Drum's phone is.
You're talking about the prosecutor.
Robert Drum's phone is going to show you a lot of what communication took place between April 5th and April 7th. Who did he call before he decided Mustafa's guilty? How many times did he call Kim Coleman before these two record? I mean, there's only 2 body cams, right? So if we subpoena his cell phone, there should be only two times that he called Kim Coleman, right?
I mean, Amy Hodson tell you yesterday when she was on a podcast yesterday, she tells you that I never gave my real name to investigator Robert Drum. You identified on the body cam as Amy Hodson, but now you're telling me that you never gave him your real name?
I mean, are we supposed to believe that Robert Drum is a fool? That he's
been with the police department for 20 years?
Are we supposed to believe that he's that gullible?
I mean, when they're talking about constantly getting their ducks in a row, what are they really talking about?
Yeah.
Interesting.
How long has Miss Dorothy been dating Moses?
She told me 4 months.
4 months. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Have you ever met Moses?
Yeah, that's how I really met her. Because they
That's how she met her? Through Moses? That's how she met Dorothy? I mean, Mustafa knows Dorothy for 3 months. The extent of their relationship is 3 months.
Yeah, and I think he moved in March.
He moved in March. So you're telling me that you know Dorothy that's been living with Glenn Ford for over a year? A year and what is it, 2 years?
For a whole year.
A whole year. That's right across from you. And you met Dorothy and Glenn Ford
3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago.
That's interesting.
here, and they introduced themselves to me.
Okay. And the day of the incident, did you see Dorothy or Moses?
No, I didn't see them. I seen them the night before.
Okay. Was anything that stood out the night before?
No, I mean Moses just be Moses. He always joking a lot.
Okay.
But
He's always joking a lot.
She doesn't tell him that her son spent the night.
Mm-hmm.
She doesn't say that.
He's 32. Like, I didn't really take him serious. Like, for some of the stuff he says, I really he laughs about it. He just jokes on it. I just thought it was like a joke. Like if he called her a name or anything, I just take it as a joke because he had laughed behind it and just like giggle a lot. So I just take it as a joke, not knowing if he meant it or not.
Okay. And the other night we spoke, you were adamant that he did this on purpose. Why do we think that?
The other night that he's talking about the first body cam, you were adamant that he did this on purpose. Why is that? No, you were telling me that he did this on purpose. I mean, isn't he telling her that, oh, yeah, the vehicle crossed over into on the other side?
He's trying to find out, is she still playing the same game? That's what he's trying to find out.
That's interesting.
Because the kids told me, that he in the last couple of days they just been seeing a lot of stuff that he did. Like he picked the 9-year-old up and just body slammed him and on the floor.
You see what she's doing? She said, "I'm not saying it. The kids are saying it."
For no reason, but then she came out her mouth and told me the same thing too. She's like, he picked her up and body slammed her, and I was
picked her up and body slammed her. I don't think that's possible. That's impossible.
Dorothy is twice the size of Mustafa. What are you talking about?
It's not possible.
It's physically not possible. Even if you wanted to do it, it's physically not possible.
911, and I was like, "Why you didn't call 911?" And she was like, "Girl, I don't know." But
So now she's talking about that Dorothy told her that he physically body slammed her. And she's like, why didn't you call 911? She's like, girl, I don't know. Wouldn't that be the first piece of information that you would tell the investigator 2 goddamn days ago? But now you're coming out with this information. Oh, wait a minute. Is this what you're telling the kids? You're telling the investigator that the kids are telling you that Mustafa abused Dorothy and the kids, right? But you're telling the kids that their mom told you. I mean, you see the loop that we're going here?
You don't have to speculate because the kids will tell you in their forensic interview. We have the videos. Every time the forensic interviewer asks them, how did you obtain this information?
Nini told me.
Nini told me. That's what they say. Nini told me. Every time the investigator asks, how do you know this information? Nini told me. Nini told me.
Glenn
Ford told me.
How did you know Mustafa abused your mom? Nini told me. How do you know? I mean,
the real question is, what the hell are you telling these kids? You've had them in your custody for 2 days. What the hell are you telling them? Why are you actively abusing these kids? Why? They just lost their mother. And you want to sit there and abuse them and weaponize them? For what purpose? For Glenn Ford? To satisfy Glenn Ford?
I mean, I'll tell you something that's really weird. Is we have Glenn Ford on a recorded line say that Kylie, 16-year-old Kylie, came up to him and asked him, can we kill Mustafa and make it look like an accident? I mean, have they planned this out?
I'll say this. Even with Kylie says in the interview that she doesn't want to be here. So
her dad is making
her dad made her do it. So the real question is, did her dad make her ask Glenn Ford to kill Mustafa?
I think that's a good... when you find out who her dad is and her dad's connection to Billy, the club owner, that had a problem with Mustafa a month before Mustafa met Dorothy.
That's what I'm saying. So if her dad is making her come to this forensic interview we know the whole point of the forensic interview is to talk negative about Mustafa, because everything the kid said, they basically dissected only the information they wanted negative against Mustafa, and they put it in that report. Everything else, I mean, these kids are abused left and right. Imagine is being locked up in a closet by his biological father, and there's no word of that. But so they only took out the Mustafa portions that Nene and Glenn Ford told them. They put it on the report.
I mean, the kids say Nene told me.
The real question is, did Kylie ask Glenn Ford if they can kill Mustafa? Was that a request from her, or was that a request from Jason Clapp?
I mean, think about it like this. A 16-year-old. Why would a 16-year-old that doesn't know Mustafa? I mean, Mustafa just met your mother
exactly
3 months ago.
He doesn't know her.
And Kylie doesn't even live with Mustafa or her mom. She lives with her dad, but her dad works for Billy, the guy that hates Mustafa. I mean, the guy went viral. The club owner went viral, and the community stopped boycotting his establishment.
And not in a good way.
Not in a good way.
He went viral, not in a good way.
Not in a good way.
Okay.
Felt that, like, she just like felt that he was like attacking her kid and like being too harsh on her kid. And then I was like, well, you gotta say something to her. Well, you gotta talk to him. Just talk to him.
Wait. I thought she just met Dorothy. Now Dorothy is confiding in her? I thought you just met her 3 weeks ago. Now you're giving her advice on relationship? Oh, girl, you gotta call the police. No, girl, you got. What are you talking about? I mean, we have the Google Nest videos where it shows it's a beautiful relationship.
I mean, she's saying she just met her 3 weeks ago, right? So now you're giving her relationship advice, and that a person you just met. And by the way, again, if you claim this person was abusive, you claim that she told you he did this horrible act. Why would you let your child spend the night? Why would you let your kids go over there all the time? I mean,
the child slept over at Mustafa's apartment.
We see them on the Google Nest. I mean, every day. There's not a day in the Google Nest that they're not there. Unsupervised, by the way. I'll remind you. Unsupervised with Mustafa. All these kids are playing with him. Okay? You want to tell me you left your kids with that person that you claim is horrible now?
Interesting.
And it's just like she was just like didn't want to address that part. But then she like wanted him to take role of the fatherly part on the kids. But then like when he make them stand in the corner or something like that for a periodic time, like all he was just trying to do is make them clean the house up and stuff like that. And but when like they don't want to do it or they don't want to take baths or nothing, he will make her be like, you need to get on your kid.
You know, she's talking about Mustafa. She says he makes them stand in the corner if they don't clean the house, or he tells her you need to get on your kids. You know, that's clearly a lie, because there's actually a camera. There's a Google Nest video footage where Dorothy is yelling at Imagine, and she tells him, like, she's angry at him because he can't find his shorts or something. He's wearing one of Mustafa's shorts. And when she's yelling at Imagine, you can see Mustafa's facial expression. Mustafa is scared from Dorothy. Okay, when she gets angry, I mean, even Mustafa.
I mean, she clearly wear the pants in the relationship.
I mean, I think that's very obvious. And when she got up and she began to discipline Imagine, Mustafa did not get involved. Okay, number one, he didn't get involved. And then when she came out of the bathroom after disciplining Imagine, she tells him, Don't give him that look. Don't feel sorry for him. Okay, so, I mean, that shows you, this is like a glimpse into this relationship where when Dorothy gets angry, I think Mustafa was trying to pull her back from yelling at he felt sorry for the kids. I mean, he was constantly cooking for them. He was constantly taking care of them. He even says that the kids, they don't want to go to school unless he's walking them to the bus stop. And might I remind you, they're not his kids. They're not his kids. But he loved taking care of them because they had nobody.
I mean, when Mustafa met Dorothy, Dorothy was living in a van with 5 kids. And Mustafa fell in love with Dorothy. Dorothy fell in love with Mustafa.
He genuinely cared for these
and
kids.
he took on taking care of the kids. I mean, 5 kids. Isn't it 5 kids?
It's 4 kids.
4 kids.
Kyler wasn't
4
there.
kids. A 9-year-old, a 5-year-old, a 9-year-old, a 10-year-old, and a 14-year-old. And you can see in the Google Nest that it was a beautiful relationship.
I mean, Javen was telling him about a girl he liked. They're like
kids, the day of the accident.
Kids are open to him. They're giving him hugs. They're telling him what they want from him when he comes back. He's making deals with them, like, you do this, I'll buy you this toy. He's taking care of these kids. He genuinely cared for these kids. And he didn't have to, like, they're not his kids. But he cared about them.
Like, tell them to do this and tell them to do that because he felt that he wasn't a father to do it, to make them do it. But then, like, he wanted them to do it. And, like, when they did, like, they was hard. They was trying hard to accept him, too, because they was telling her, well,
Wait. I thought you just met Dorothy 3 weeks ago. That's so much details. I mean, that's weird.
I mean, you got all that information from the 3 weeks you've met him? Everybody just... I mean, the hospital opens up to her. Dorothy opens up to her. She found out everything about Glenn Ford in the past 3 weeks. Who is this person? She should be a police officer. She should be a psychologist. You know, I think they should just give her the badge.
Not my dad. Like, why he making us do something? Why you don't tell us mom to do it?
Gotcha.
Keep being lazy about cleaning your apartment. No, seriously. Home Aglow will clean it for just...
So it was just like, that's what I saw a lot in the house.
Look, man, something's happening with these commercials.
But then the kids were all like, the other night she had told me, like, girl, this motherfucker pissed on me.
Just the other night, she told me this motherfucker pissed on me.
That's not the most important thing that you're gonna tell this investigator. You're gonna tell it 2 days later.
Did Dorothy tell her that, or did Glenn Ford tell her to say that?
And it casually comes up in a conversation. I mean, look at how casually it comes up in a conversation.
Because they was telling her, well, he's not my dad. Like, why he making us do something? Why you don't tell us mom to do it?
Gotcha.
So it was just like, that's what I saw a lot in the house. But then the kids were all like, the other night she had told me, like, girl, this motherfucker pissed on me in the tub. And I said, what? Kids were all like, the other night she had told me, like, girl, this motherfucker pissed on me in the tub.
You're telling me that
the other day she comes up to her and she tells her,
if Dorothy told her what she just said, why would you allow your 8-year-old to spend the night? Why would you let your 8-year-old spend the night with someone you claim you just met 3 weeks ago? That's what you claim. 3 weeks you just met this person.
I mean, is this? Can you turn on the camera to? Is this not Nini's child on a Google Nest video?
That's Sean. That's Nini's 9-year-old.
I mean, he's spending
8,
the night.
9.
He slept over the day of the accident, the day before,
So
the
hold
day
on, hold on.
before.
If she's saying that Dorothy told her Mustafa committed this horrible act, he pissed on her. Okay? She said she's only known her for 3 weeks.
Put it back to normal? Yeah.
She's only known her for 3 weeks, right? Let's say she told her that a week ago. So now you've just met this person 2 weeks into this neighborly relationship, and your neighbor tells you, hey, my boyfriend, he's crazy. He abuses me, he pissed on me, and he abuses my children. Your next thought should not be, hey, can my son spend the night? My 8-year-old, can he spend the night with your boyfriend and you and your kids? I mean, that's not a normal...
I mean, she's clearly lying.
She's lying.
She's clearly lying about the whole thing.
Obviously lying. I mean, the crazy part here is, you know, I don't know if Robert Drum knew this at the time, that her kid was over at this apartment, but I don't think he cared. I honestly, clearly don't think he cared, because even now, this prosecutor, this police department, they don't want these videos. I'm telling you, they don't want these videos. They want to stay as far away as they can from these Google Nest videos because they contradict every block that they built into this case. It's simply going to fall apart. It's going to turn into dust the moment you introduce these videos. And I'll tell you again, one of Mustafa's lawyers told me, if you did not have these videos, I can tell you right now, the stuff they're saying about your brother, his life is over. Whether it's true or not, the moment they introduce all these things to the jury, eventually they're going to convince them. But with these videos, they contradict every single allegation.
I mean, think about what Amy Hassan said yesterday when she was on this podcast. She said, my plan worked. What is she talking about?
The same Amy Hassan that says she gave the police the wrong name?
The same Amy Hassan.
The same one who's making statements left and right to the police and giving false names?
So they lie about Mustafa, manufacture probable cause. And based on probable cause, they arrest Mustafa. And they hold him in jail for over 2 years in solitary. And now the county is terrified to take him to trial. Because, remember, it's manufactured probable cause.
I mean, police did a horrible job in this case. They did a absolute horrible job. And, you know, I want to say it's incompetence, but it's hard to believe. It's really hard to believe with all this evidence, with all the information that we're giving you. By the way, don't take our word for it. We're telling you, when we make a claim, we have evidence to back it up. Your job is to investigate, police department. Your job is to investigate. But the fact that the police are hesitant to take a complaint, they're hesitant to take in evidence into the case, shows you that this is not incompetence. This is a calculated effort. This is a calculated effort to pin charges on Mustafa and exclude anything that contradicts what Robert Drum did. They're actively defending a police officer that tampers with evidence and tampers with witnesses. I mean, they're actively defending him. For the chief of police to come out and say, yes, my officer had violated department policy, but we're going to leave him on the force. Your officer did not just violate department policy. He's committing crimes. And soon he's going to face charges for these crimes. These are federal crimes he's committing. You put an innocent man in jail for 2 years because of your incompetence, because of your lies. I mean, Sean Shelton says, Robert Drum he's not that bright. You know, he only went to Nova. Nova is a Northern Virginia community college. He only went to a community college. He's not that bright. Then why do you have him as the primary investigator? Why don't you get a real homicide investigator that would take in this evidence and actively do the job? Actually do the job. Do the investigating. Put the facts on the table and look at this case from an objective standpoint.
You know, I'll tell you, one of the most disturbing thing in this case is the fact that this whole entire case, I mean, you're charging Mustafa with murder, and you want to tell me there is no homicide detective? Isn't that weird?
There's no homicide detective.
And when you go to internal affairs, they tell you that the investigator is not licensed to investigate this case. I mean, what is essentially Sean Shelton talking about? He said, not licensed. Not qualified, not licensed.
I think it's been about 2 months since I went to Internal Affairs. Mm-hmm. I submitted a complaint to Internal Affairs, and I'm giving them, you know, not my word. I'm not giving them my opinion. Okay? I'm giving them video evidence that the officers in this case had falsified the information. I'm giving them evidence, video evidence, audio evidence that needs to be investigated. And when I ask, well, who's the homicide detective on this case? They tell me it's Robert Drum. It's the crash reconstructionist. You're telling me a crash reconstructionist is actively doing a homicide case? Does that make sense?
It absolutely
that
makes
doesn't make any sense.
No sense.
I mean, that's the stupidest thing I've ever heard.
I have not met anybody over the 2 years that we've been dealing with this that actually can explain this to me.
And then you go to state police and they tell you, we're not going to take your complaint.
State police, the same state police that are involved in this case. Are they not involved in this case?
They should be involved in this case. This is a
fatality.
This is a fatality that happened on the road, and according to their website, I think they should get. They should be number one investigating this case because there's a fatality.
Interesting.
Especially with a car that had a airbag recall.
Oh, but it's just conveniently, it's nowhere in the autopsy report.
It's nowhere in the autopsy report. It's nowhere actually in any of the reports. There's a Carfax, so they can't say they didn't see it. The police department pulled a Carfax on this vehicle, this 2007 Chrysler 300, and it says in the Carfax that it had an open recall for the airbag. There was an urgent message to stop driving this car, but nobody mentions it.
Interesting.
And Casey Stevens, when we gave him that letter, because we got the letter like 6 months.
The first thing he says is, did the airbag deploy? What do you mean? All you have to do is look at the pictures.
The real question is, did you look at the crash? Did you look at the CDR data that was supplied to you? And you know what else I find interesting with Casey Stevens at the time? That now I'm finding is a bit odd. Is he mentioned something about when Drum downloaded the CDR, the data recorder from the airbag module and all that, he says he couldn't get me the original files, that he had to give it to me in a PDF format.
Yeah, I remember that was a big deal for him.
And I said, well, I'm thinking like, what does that mean? What does that mean? He gave it to you in a PDF. He says, well, he couldn't give me the original format. And I'm thinking, yesterday I was looking into CDRs, how they're downloaded.
They wouldn't the only format they downloaded is they wanted to give it to him in a PDF, and they were so adamant about it.
I mean, you look at the CDR, and I'll show it to you. The data is like slanted, like the paper. It's supposed to be. It's supposed to be a file you got from this computer.
Yeah,
and it's supposed to be straight. But Mustafa's data from his vehicle.
No, I've seen it. It's in the. It's slanted.
It's crooked.
Yeah.
And I can send it to you right now, and you can look at it.
Yeah.
You can put it up on the screen.
Oh, pull it up.
And then it's going to be very interesting. It's very interesting why this data is not. It looks like someone had manipulated this information and just stuck it on a piece of paper and scanned it. And then there's question marks where the VIN number should be. I don't have to explain it to you. I'll just show it to you.
No, we all heard.
Is your AirDrop on?
Yeah. Should be on.
This is really interesting.
Mohammed, we all heard what Nini is talking about. I'm going to continue. While you do that, I'm going to keep playing Nini.
I don't know which one that is.
Living with opioid addiction can be a struggle. Trapped in a cycle of opioid.
Again?
I don't know, man. I think you think Al-Qazai is sending me these commercials.
Okay.
She jumps on my podcast. She talks shit and then she sends me commercials.
Look, this is the. Can you fix it? Remove that side. Okay. Oh no. Go back. It's too small. Okay, right there. So scroll down. Go back real quick. Okay, yeah, keep going. So this is the data recorder from both vehicles. Okay, I think first it goes into the Suburban. Okay, let me see. Okay, right there. Go back. Do you see you see all those question marks on the fourth page?
Yeah.
Can you zoom in on that? No, show the left side too. Okay, you see that? It says vehicle identification number, and it's all question marks.
That's a huge portion. Based on the VIN number, you're supposed to be able to extract the data.
I'm telling you. I looked up this Bosch device that retracts information, and it tells you that if you don't input the correct VIN number, it's not going to give you the data. Okay? And I'm looking at this file, and there's a lot of question marks, okay? Like down here where it says number 8 on that same page,
Yeah,
where
I
it
see.
says traceability data component identifier, it's question mark. Okay. Now, you're supposed to get a steering angle from this data, but it's not there. Why is it missing?
So
Why
conveniently,
conveniently
the
it's
most
missing.
important piece of information in this accident is a steering angle. I mean, essentially, the steering angle is going to determine, did the SUV turn into Mustafa? Did Mustafa clear all the vehicle, make it to the other side? And did the SUV turn into Mustafa? The Commonwealth attorney is telling this community that Mustafa crossed into oncoming traffic, maneuvered his vehicle in a way to get the SUV to slam into his vehicle where Dorothy and 5-year-old Empress is. I mean, does that even make sense? I mean, you're talking about he's in the vehicle. Muhammad, Mustafa is in the vehicle, and you're saying that he drove into oncoming traffic only to maneuver the vehicle to kill and murder his girlfriend and 5-year-old baby. Does that, what is he, 007? Like Agent 007 here? What is he like? I mean, is he going to maneuver? I mean, how is that even? Like, what are we talking about here?
Especially when
he's in the vehicle.
Especially when 4 minutes ago, he just filled up his car with gas. He bought a pack of cigarettes. He cleaned his car. Okay? I mean, who's going to fill up gas only to crash 3 minutes later? Who's going to buy a whole pack of cigarettes and worry about trying to pull up a coupon for cigarettes on his phone? He spent about 7-8 minutes trying to get a coupon to save $1. Why would you try to save $1 if you plan on ending your life in the next 3 minutes?
No wonder the Commonwealth attorney has sealed off the dash camera from the community, and you can't tell me
And they never released those videos.
Of course, they
never
will never release a dash camera. They've 2 years has been 2 years. They haven't released a dash camera. They're terrified of this dash camera. And you can't make the argument that they're not releasing the dash camera because they want to seal the evidence for court. And the Commonwealth attorney released 4 seconds from this dash camera. She chopped up 2 seconds in the beginning, chopped up another 2 seconds in the end, put them together and said, this is the dash camera. A deformed version of a dash camera. So she has no problem showing that, but she won't show the full dash camera. And that's normal?
That's not normal.
I mean, you're supposed to take her word for it that nothing happened. Well, unfortunately for this Commonwealth attorney, we have the dash camera.
You know, I want you to zoom out of that real quick. Like, just no. Go back to it. Just like make it normal size.
Is it the file?
Yeah. Can you flip it?
Yeah.
Zoom out, so it's like normal. Okay. Now scroll down. Keep scrolling. Keep going. All right, slowly. Okay, look at these numbers, right?
Yeah.
Look at these numbers. These numbers are data, basically, essentially raw data, right? No, zoom out. Like make it, yeah. Now scroll down slowly. Keep going. You're going to see where you get to Mustafa's vehicle. You're going to see how this data is laid out. See, now you're into Mustafa's file.
Okay.
Right there. So keep going. Keep going till you get to the data. Keep going. And right there. Look at that.
What the hell is this? Why is it slanted like that?
Go to the next page.
What the hell is this?
You know,
I mean, no, this is supposed to be data from his vehicle.
You know, I'll say for
Why?
For a case where the crash investigator had falsified Mustafa's statements.
I mean, isn't this the most crucial piece of data in this whole entire case? This is the data from the computer inside of his vehicle.
For a case where police have lied, they've manipulated witnesses, they've tampered with evidence, and now you want to tell me that the data they supplied to the attorney looks like that? Okay.
And they're so adamant about not releasing this data other than PDF.
I mean, why is it slanted like that? Why is all the data, perfectly aligned? And then, go back up a little bit. Go back, right there. Go back. No, go back right there. You see how the word boss is straight, and then CDR is straight, but the data is slanted. I'm honestly, I'm curious. Did Robert Drum like copy data from a different accident and just paste it here sloppily?
You know, this could be verified. I mean, it's been 2 years. They're scared of the SD card in this dash camera.
They're scared if an independent expert wants to examine Mustafa's vehicle. You think they're going to let him come in and scan the vehicle once again and retrieve his own data? I mean, that's what the independent expert says. He says our protocol is to go to the vehicle and scan the vehicle again, and we retrieve our own data using our own device. And Drum says, well, the CDR is in evidence. It's not here. It's not with the vehicle. And the guy says, well, I guess I have to arrange to go to the evidence locker. And Drum says, oh, I can just send it to you. I can send you a copy of it. Why are you so scared?
Wait, is this before or after he began to manipulate this independent expert by telling him, I saw the dash camera. He did this on purpose. Don't waste your time investigating this vehicle accident. I saw that he did this on purpose. And he lied about the content of the dash camera. Well, they were arguing. He said they were arguing, and then he drove his vehicle into oncoming traffic. That's a lie. There's no argument, and it's clearly a vehicle accident.
I wouldn't be surprised if Robert Drum took data from a different vehicle and just copied it and pasted it onto that file and converted it to PDF to give to Casey Stevens. And, you know, for a lawyer who we've been telling, this investigator lied. We have the audio. He lied. He falsified Mustafa's statements. They arrested him based on false pretense. They've tampered with evidence. They've tampered with witnesses. And then this lawyer says, okay, yep, I got it. This is obviously not right. We're going to get to the bottom of it. I'm going to use the element of surprise to catch him off guard in court. And then the investigator gives him a PDF, not the original format of this data, and he's okay with it?
Are we talking about
either you're a stupid lawyer or you're working with the county?
Or maybe it's a lawyer that back in 2016 had a vehicle accident at DUI, and he fled the scene and only got 90 days suspended by the same investigator that falsified the police report. How convenient.
And, you know, with this file, by the way, if you look at Mustafa's vehicle, you can see that it was downloaded by Mason, and the VIN number doesn't have any question marks.
The VIN number does not have any question mark
on Mustafa's data. Okay, but the data is slanted. I mean, as if somebody is tampering with this file.
I mean, you know what they're all this is verifiable. I mean, the county has been blocked by law. They're now supposed to block your effort to get an independent expert to inspect the EDR, the computer inside the vehicle. Evidence. The SD card, the computer inside the vehicle. I mean, what they're hoping is that you're just going to walk away and just take their word for it. We're here, and we're going to continue to be here. And I promise you, we're just getting started. I'm going to continue to play the body cam.
Opioid use, withdrawal, and cravings.
So then the detective came, and then the Department of Social Service man came.
So we heard Nene.
Looking for an easier way to get that LLC next to your business name? Say hello to Taylor Brand. You just go to
04. So we heard Nene talk about what? She said that Dorothy came up to her and said, "This motherfucker peed on me." Okay.
Like, girl, this motherfucker pissed on me in the tub. And I said, what? But she had to, like, pull me all the way back to tell me, like, she can't never talk to me in front of him about it.
Gotcha.
So it was some type of, I just thought it was, like, for a person to act like that, just like some type of scariness. She was scared of him.
Okay.
And I knew she was, but...
You know what's really interesting? She said she was scared of him, but when you watch the Google Nest videos, she clearly wears the pants in the relationship.
Clearly.
But you know what's really interesting? She just met Dorothy. That's what she says, right? 3 weeks ago. Does that sound like someone that just... I mean, it's weird. Lady. It sounds like you're lying. Well, we don't have to. We don't have to assume.
You don't have to
We're going to
speculate.
hear a phone call between her and the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari.
It's I was just falling into their relationship. I don't know them like that.
Understood.
So I couldn't really tell her oh girl, leave him alone, because I can't. What is me to say that, and I really don't know too much about them.
Okay.
But you can leave your
Yeah.
son there. But you can leave your 8-year-old son to spend the night. But you don't know them like that. But you can leave your 8-year-old son to sleep over at this house. But you don't know them like that.
Interesting.
Has anybody been in contact with him since?
He actually, when the detectives was here talking to the kids, that they called my phone.
He called your phone?
Yeah.
Do you have that number?
Yeah. I
mean, he's acting like Mustafa just disappeared. Has anybody made contact with him since? What do you mean? You flew Mustafa to the hospital. Mustafa was in a coma. You released Mustafa from the hospital when he woke up from a coma. You have his home address.
Mustafa showed up to court. He had
the next day.
He had court for something unrelated to this, but he showed up to court. And you want to act like, has anybody talked to him?
You called.
He was in court.
You called the police.
I called the police the night of.
But he's sitting there telling Nini, has anybody made contact with him?
He's trying to put the narrative out like he's on the run.
Yep.
He's on the run.
Confirming what Glenn Ford is saying.
He's trying to play into this narrative. He's on the run.
I mean,
has
obviously,
anybody made contact with him?
I mean, is he not getting the text communication? I mean, the comments that Glenn Ford is leaving on the Prince William County Police Department Facebook, where the police department reported on this accident, is this the main investigator is not reading the Prince William County page where they reported on this vehicle accident. Oh, wait, he's confirming that narrative. I mean, is Investigator Davis not in contact with Glenn Ford, telling him, we got to get our ducks in a row? We need you, Glenn Ford.
And they had to find Glenn Ford from
We got to get Mustafa off the road.
From his pawn slips.
Interesting.
He was pawning his stuff the day of the accident.
have his brother's number. I think he's using his brother's phone because his phone was beat up in the crash.
Is that the 5104?
Oh, he has the phone number.
Let me 51.
So you've been in communication with Robert Drum.
So he basically just confirmed, is that 5104? Because I called an officer that night. That must have been him.
Well, isn't his handwriting all over that report?
There is there's a document. There's an email sent to Drum, and it has Elizabeth Lee's name on it. They're telling him to contact, the police department is telling him to contact Elizabeth Lee because she says she's a witness based on the Facebook comments. So they're reading the comments on Facebook. And there's my name, handwritten with my phone number. Okay, so obviously he's got my number from somewhere.
It's a 999?
Yep, I've got that.
Yeah, that's the number that he's calling me from.
Okay.
Yeah, he's calling me from that number a lot. He called yesterday, and I was telling him that, you know, right now, like I said, talk to him because the detective's talking to the kids, and they want me present. And he was like, okay, I'll just check it on the kids. So then he called back, like, a couple hours later, and her daughter was here, the 15-year-old, and I told her to have to, hey, this is Moses, you want to answer? And she answered, and then, she let him have it, or...
The same daughter, Kylie, that's connected to the club owner.
So she's telling him, Mustafa called to check on the kids.
And she let him have it.
You know, again, why is this information not in the report where Nini's conversation is? Nowhere in the report does Robert Drum say, Nini said, Kim Coleman says, Mustafa called her to check on the kids. Why? It's not there. It doesn't exist. Anything that shows Mustafa's a human, that he cared about these kids, they just simply removed it. You know, it goes in one ear, out the other. They're just looking for the negatives. You know, I mean, you look at these forensic interviews with the children. That's an hour interview. And you only have like 2-3 sentences from the police department. Have you noticed?
I mean, nowhere in the police report does it show that Javen says that the police weaponized him.
Exactly. That's what I'm saying. There's an hour to each child talking. An hour. And you only have 2-3 sentences for each child. And you only use those sentences, the negative ones. You pick out the most negative comment out of context and you put it on Mustafa. And you just send it down to the prosecutor. Okay?
And then when you talk to the police department, they tell you, look, the Commonwealth Attorney is a separate agency. They bring out the charges. We had nothing to do with it. Well, if you're manipulating and falsifying police reports, and the Commonwealth Attorney is bringing up charges based on those falsified police reports, who do you hold accountable in this file? Who do you hold accountable?
I mean, these prosecutors, all they have to say is, we're going based off the reports. You think we're going to sit here and watch 30 hours of body cam?
I mean, I can tell you that prosecutor Sarah Sammy, when she's sitting there in a bond hearing, she's not watching body cams from the forensic interview. She's reading off of a piece of paper. She says, one child says this, Your Honor, hold on. And she's flipping through. And then the other child says this, Larry, the police department weaponized those kids. And we have the forensic interview. We have evidence that you weaponized these kids before the kids were in possession of Nene and Glenford, before investigator Romero got involved. Those kids loved Mustafa. They're in trouble. I can promise you that.
What did he say?
Yeah, she told him, I know you killed my mom and you killed my sister. That's fucked up, you coward. And I know you did this shit intentionally, and that's fucked up because you're going to pay for this, Moses. You're going to pay for this. And he was just like, I don't remember what happened. And I know you did this shit intentionally.
What did he say?
He's talking about when she's talking about when Kylie took the phone.
Kylie. So she's talking about Kylie. Beautiful. The same Kylie that went to Glenford, the ex-boyfriend. Can we kill Mustafa and make it look like an accident before the vehicle accident? That Kylie. Oh, the one that's connected to the club owner.
The same Kylie that saw you at the pavilion in Manassas.
Beautiful. Don't we have a video? A long, stretched out video?
It's over an hour long.
Yep, we have a video. The same Kylie that had her interview deleted and then redone because I guess it wasn't good enough.
It wasn't good enough.
You want to answer? And she answered it, and then, she let him have it. Or
what did he say?
Yeah, she told him, I know you killed my mom, and you killed my sister. That's fucked up, you coward. And I know you did this shit intentionally, and that's fucked up because you're going to pay for this, Moses. You're going to pay for this. And he was just like, I don't remember.
She knows he did this intentionally, but yet she doesn't live at the apartment.
How would she know anything? I mean, she blocked her mom, according to her. That's still police. Her mom was blocked from her. She's not allowed to be in the apartment because she was separated by CPS. And she was never there when Mustafa was there. How would she know Mustafa did this intentionally? Other than Glenn Ford. Glenn Ford, who says on TikTok Live, or actually he said in the recording with a private investigator that he wakes up to Kylie in his bed. A minor in his bed on mushrooms.
Could you do me a favor? Could you, I'm going to play an exhibit.
I mean, how dirty, how dirty for him to do that to a child, do that to a minor. He says he would give her mushrooms.
I'll tell you, with this system,
yeah,
you can hear, and instead of me bringing a cell phone to the podcast, to the screen, now that we can embed the podcast, we can listen to what Glenn Ford admit on a recorded line to a private investigator.
Go ahead, play.
This monster has been grooming the 16-year-old since she was 14. Because
20, yeah, that was 2 years ago.
So
I mean,
he's been dating her mom.
He's dating her mom.
That's the ex-boyfriend. We're talking about the ex-boyfriend.
He's dating her mom. He says he wakes up with her in his bed on mushrooms, and he's on mushrooms. And he said at some point when Kylie got really, really angry, and it was him and Dorothy in the room, he says Kylie turned around and yelled at her mom and said, "That's why we're fucking the same guy." Was she talking about him? That her and her mom are having a sexual relationship with the same guy?
I mean, he got upset and he's like, whoa, you gotta go. You gotta go. She said a little bit too much. Let's listen to...
Are the police department okay with that?
This mother who worked...
Are they okay with...
Well, I tell you, now Glenn Ford is being subpoenaed.
I mean, are they okay with a... What is he, a 40-year-old?
A 40-year-old
40-year-old man sleeping with a minor, a 14-year-old.
The real question is Amy Ashworth, Commonwealth Amy Ashworth.
I mean, she's an advocate for women, isn't she?
I mean, these are her witnesses.
She says, I'm an advocate for women's rights. I empower women. I stand up for women's rights. Yet here's a child who happens to be a young woman being abused by Glenn Ford, given drugs, sleeping with him. I mean, a child.
That's her star witness.
And Amy Ashworth thinks when Glenn Ford gets charged, she thinks, let me dismiss his charges. He got charged with, what is it?
A gun charge?
Possession of drugs, intent to distribute, brandishing a firearm, drunk in public. 4 crimes. And Amy Ashworth looks at Glenn Ford and says, we'll just null prosecute his charges. That's okay. We'll leave the pedophile alone. I need him to get Mustafa. I need him to get this guy. So we're going to leave the pedophile. Don't touch the pedophile. Let him free. Let him have his fun. What a disgusting human being.
Well, why do you think that she sealed the whole entire file? She sealed it because falsified police report, fake witnesses, 2 years in solitary confinement. And now you have the file open, and the community is slowly waking up to a reality that we have a monster in the Commonwealth Attorney Office.
And then he runs away to Maryland and says, the prosecutors won't find me, the police can't find me. I'm so far deep in Maryland, they'll never catch me. What are you running away from? Oh, yeah, you slept with a minor. You drugged a minor. And by the way, did you know that Kim Coleman also has charges out of Prince William County for contribution to the...
Let me guess. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, null process him too.
It's on the record.
Beautiful.
Contribution to the delinquency of a minor.
Beautiful.
Drunk driving, DUI, hit and run, and a whole bunch of other charges.
Isn't that beautiful?
I mean, these are your primary witnesses for Amy Ashworth. They're drug dealing. They're a menace to society. They're actively abusing children, and she thinks, we'll just null prosecute them. We'll dismiss their charges because I need them in this case. So. Let me defend criminals.
I'll tell you what's happening here. It's been 2 years, and those individuals got on the internet thanks to Amy Hodson, a.k.a. Christine Alcazar.
Thanks to Amy Hodson.
I mean, she cracked this case wide open.
Yes,
I mean, I could not have done without that lady. I could not have done what I'm doing today without that lady. I mean, she brought me Kylie, put her on the live. She brought me Glenn Ford, put him on a live, and let them talk. I mean, lady, you got them to talk so much that now Amy Ashworth is forced to put out a subpoena for Glenn Ford. Look at the amount of evidence that we have in this case.
I mean, now that I'm thinking about it, Amy Hodson did do a lot of work for this case.
Thank you for your service.
She brought everybody onto a TikTok live.
Talk about advocating.
And please tell us your crimes. Tell us your crimes.
Well, now I'll tell you
on the live stream.
Glenn Ford is upset at Amy Hudson because he tells her, "Bitch, you got me in trouble. If I hadn't listened to you, you told me that you told me that this is a bulletproof plan. That no one is gonna find out that you're Al Quzai. That no one is gonna find out
that you're Amy Hudson.
That you're Amy Hudson. That you're going to come up with this username, Christine Al Quzai, and no one is going to figure this out, that we get to go online and talk shit and have fun, and it's not going to... I was in Maryland, lady. I was telling everybody I'm in Maryland. I have nothing to do with this case. They're not going to find me. I did what I had to do, got my charges, process, and I'm out.
If you remember what he said when he first got on to the TikTok Live, the first time he got on, he said, I never talked to the police.
Interesting.
I never talked to... I have nothing to do with with this Al Jazari case, with this Mustafa. He was a neighbor. I never talked to the police about him. I never said anything.
And then the body cam hit the internet.
The body cam hit the internet. And what does he do? He backpedals. Because now what you just said yesterday is no longer true.
And then when he backpedals, I sit there and record. I document, I record. So if you take a step backward, me and Christine Al Quzai, aka Amy Hudson, are working hand in hand. I mean, think about it. She brings him on the live, get him to talk, and I'm sitting here recording.
And then you're just sitting.
I mean, I can't ask for a better partner.
I said partner. Said at the same time.
You said partner. I said partner. Thank you, partner. Thank you, partner.
So I mean, right now we would like to say a special thank you to Amy Hudson,
and that's why,
aka Christine Al Quzai,
and that's why she sits in the corner by herself. Put the exhibit.
Go ahead.
I could not have done this. I could not have done this without you.
I'll lower it a little bit.
Amy, thank you for your service. Commonwealth Amy Ashworth, look at your witnesses. Look at the liability that you have in this case.
They're liars. These are liars. And
liars are understatement.
You know, the truth always comes out. The truth always comes out. And if it's one thing we've been praying for, if it's one thing we've been asking for, it's that the truth gets revealed in this case. Those that are defaming Mustafa, they're accusing Mustafa wrongfully, be exposed.
The song is not about you. The song is about Amy Hudson.
These people got exposed.
These people got exposed. Okay?
They got exposed. I mean, you know, now she wants to say, it's AI, it's AI. Listen, lady, AI wants nothing to do with you. AI...
You know my favorite
AI
part?
AI is like error found.
Look, my favorite part yesterday when I'm playing her the audio of Glenn Ford, this audio, she says, AI, this is AI. Glenn Ford is an innocent man. Wait a minute. Glenn Ford is an innocent man? Glenn Ford is a great man. That's what she says. I'm like, all right, you support a pedophile. You're a pedophile supporter. She's like, this is AI. I'm like, wait a minute. Hold on. He's an MGM. He was an MGM with that private investigator. And there is a CCTV video that's
not only
that's already been subpoenaed into the case.
There are messages.
Exactly.
There are messages that picked him up. There's an Uber that picked him up from location A.
Oh, how beautiful.
Took him to location B, and then he confessed to his crimes on recording. And then the Uber sent him back.
I mean, she said he's a hero. Well, her hero is on a recorded line saying this.
How old was she? 16? 15 or 16.
So he's talking about a 16-year-old, Kylie.
Play it again. Let me put it up.
How old was 16? 15 or 16? The one time her daughter came to my house all high and shit, I'm like, yo, bro, nah. I told her, like, yo.
Like just weed or?
No, it's not weed. If it was weed, I wouldn't care as much.
Yeah.
She used to come in and
like nodding.
And it's like on the ground, like
So he's talking about Kylie showing up at the house. She's not on weed. She's on hardcore drugs. And she shows up all high. He can handle it, but she can't. She's on the floor high.
Oh,
like opiates.
Man, I'm sitting there like, bruh. Like, I take them. Well, I took them.
Yeah.
And I didn't act like that. Like,
yeah.
That was like me. I used to do it like to the point where I took it because I didn't want to get sick with withdrawal.
Yeah.
So I took like one. I think one, I'm good for the day.
Yeah.
She looked like she took like multiple, or she took them like different ways.
Did mom do it with her?
No. I know it for a fact. Dorothy didn't do pills with her, but she would smoke weed with her.
Okay.
And I told Dorothy, your daughter comes in this house like that one more time.
Why do you think that she did something like she did what happened to her with that one?
Her daughter said it.
What the fuck she say?
Like when she was arguing with her mom, like, cause Dorothy and her used to argue all the time.
This is not the oldest
Not
one.
the oldest one. No. The oldest one, she's a sweetheart. She's a fucking sweetheart. But she gangster too.
He's talking about.
She gangster like.
He's talking about Ava.
He's talking about the older one. She's a sweetheart. Yeah, the one he gave too much drugs to, overdosed, and ran away to Florida. Oh, she's a sweetheart. Yeah, I'm sure she is. But you drugged her. She was drugged she overdosed in your apartment. Okay? I mean, he's here talking about he takes one pill, he's good for the rest of the day. But Kylie takes multiple, and she's like, oh, she's messed up. Okay? To the point where she blacks out. He wakes up, she's in his bed. Ava was a sweetheart. That sweetheart OD'd because of what you're giving her, what you're bringing into your apartment. This is your apartment where, don't forget, you have 4 kids and then you have Kylie and Ava. That's 6 kids total in your apartment where you're supplying them with pills and weed all day long. He takes one, he's good. I mean, you have kids in your apartment. One of them OD'd and she ran to Florida so fast she doesn't want anything to do with them.
So a 16-year-old wakes up in his bed and Amy Hassan, a.k.a. Christine Alcazai, on a podcast.
This is your witness? Like this person, this guy is your witness?
I mean, I can't wait for him to be on the stand. I can't wait for court. Can you imagine? He's going to sit on the stand in front of the jury and he's going to get cross-examined by Mustafa's lawyer. I mean,
I think he's got much. I think he has much more things to worry about than getting cross-examined. He admitted on that recording that he slept with a minor.
I mean, listen to this.
He admitted that she asked him to kill Mustafa. Same Mustafa, who now miraculously has brake failure. Did you have something to do with it? Did you tamper with his car? Why did you flee the area the moment the accident happened? You were already pawning your stuff April 5th. The police had to find him from his pawn slips. So what were you fleeing from? And why did you say that you're so far out in Maryland that prosecutors or police can't find me? What are you running away from?
You know what I found really interesting is this case was set for trial back in December. And Amy Ashworth did not subpoena Glenn Ford into this case. Now that there's all this evidence on the table that Amy Hassan, a.k.a. Christine Alcazai, brought all these individuals out to the internet and essentially had them talk. There is so much evidence on the table now that Glenn Ford is being subpoenaed into this case.
I mean, you can't deny the fact that these people have something to do with this case. You know, Amy Hassan, Glenn Ford, Kim Coleman, Kylie. I mean, these people are so invested into Mustafa that it's odd.
K0707.
It's really odd. I mean, it's odd that Glenn Ford, who says, I don't know him. He doesn't know me. But then he gets on a TikTok live, a live stream, and he says, I knew him very well. I knew him and he didn't know me, and I was watching him.
Interesting.
She's ready to kill that nigga. Like, seriously kill that nigga.
She's the one that wanted to kill.
The older one.
So what did she say to?
Oh, cause
they be arguing.
Yeah, and she be like, the way she dressed and shit. Dorothy be like, you run around acting like a little slut or whatever. And she be like, oh, you the pot call the hell back because we used to fuck the same guys and and all that shit. I'm like, oh.
What?
Y'all gotta go.
Wow.
Y'all gotta go.
Did you hear that? Did you hear that?
Wow.
Did you hear that? She would argue with her mom about fucking the same guy. And he's like, oh, you gotta go.
And she was only 16 and said, we used to?
I'm like, y'all gotta go.
Today is February 21st.
How old was she?
16? 15 or 16. The one time her daughter came to my house all high and shit, I'm like, yo, bro, nah. I told her, like, yo.
I think the battery is almost dead on that one. Why don't you go ahead and just close it out?
So what we're going to do.
We'll pick up next time on the rest of it.
On the next podcast, we play the evidence in the Nene Coleman, the neighbor, body cams. And what we're going to do is play the next time we come here, we're going to play the phone call between Kim Coleman and the mother of Mustafa Al-Jazari. That's going to show that this lady lied in the Mustafa Al-Jazari case. On that note, before the phone die, the battery dies on this live. Missy, Tracy, everybody, thank you for being here. This is not another boring podcast. Mustafa through the police body cam. Judge Carol Weimer under the microscope.